What is up? Welcome to the lab, everybody. I'm your host, Joshua Diaz. Sorry, my voice is a little bit off still. It's coming back. Here we go again. And got an exciting, well, I think an exciting show for you tonight. It should be good. Great guest in the house, as always, on these call-in shows. The fantastic guest, Dr. Gary Brucato, author of The New Evil, forensic psychologist. I know. And
you love doing that.
I know. I wait for you to catch it every time. I've introduced you probably, I don't know, 300-400 times.
Crazy time. Yeah.
How are you today?
Good. I love the comment that you put on my YouTube where I put the rules for like things that are inappropriate, and then you combined all of them into one gigantic inappropriate message and posted it, and everybody loved it.
Yeah. I'm what do you call that? I'm a savant when it comes to that.
You're an imp.
Yeah.
A contumacious person.
Well, I mean, look. What am I going to do, right? I mean, it was set up perfect. I did it, and it was funny. But I understood the post. I just wanted to be
but you know what I found very interesting is that people can't control themselves. The things that people say show that they just have no filter. Like it's not that they're inappropriate just for the sake of it. They honestly think they're being appropriate, and they say things that are like everything that's there. Like 99% of it is perfectly fine. But what I delete, I mean, the things people say, you have no idea. They get very there. It's you saw the list of rules, right? Of like what I hope people will.
Yeah, you want me to bring it up?
Well, I mean, you know,
and then we can show my.
You don't really well, if you want to show yours, it's pretty funny. I mean, your thing is hysterical. Go ahead. You want to show it?
Yeah, sure.
I think it's hysterical.
I thought so. I was like, poke the bear.
Yes, you definitely like poking the bear. That's
true. I do.
It's
one of my favorites.
Absolutely crazy.
How's my voice sound? Does it sound like crap still? I feel pretty good.
Yeah.
Like I don't feel terrible.
You don't look like crap. You look pretty good.
Thank you.
But you can take care of yourself, you know. But be careful when you overdo it. I mean, when I overdo that stuff, my immune system gets weak. You know what I'm saying?
Your immune system what?
Sick. My immune system gets weak when I'm putting myself through too much rigorous stuff, you know, like in terms of diet and overworking myself and all that kind of stuff. But so let's see. Go ahead.
Okay, so
these, honest to God, are the rules for the piano page. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Number 1. So it says comments on my videos that will be deleted. Now notice it says edited because I decided to be a nice guy.
Did you have to add some and take some away?
It's sort of like Lucky Charms, you know, like we're up to the purple horseshoes here in the list of Lucky Charms. Okay, so the list is number 1. unsolicited advice or misguided guesses about my personality, religious beliefs, mind, ideas, tastes, or politics. So this is the person who watches the video and says, I don't think that it's nice for for a man to have a, I don't know, like they'll be like, that clock. Why do you have that clock? Why do you have that plant in your house? I'm like, that plant is not a statement about my life, like, or my personality. And so it's an attempt to take like data about you on the screen and guess things about you. That's why I use a fuzzy background on here. Because
Right.
like remember the time I had a non-blurry background and we were on with Chris McDonough, and he's like, why is there a squirrel on your wall? I was like, that's a religious picture. Like, I don't have a squirrel on my wall.
It was actually the Mother Mary.
Yes, and then you know what happened after that?
Everybody's
Somebody sent to my office a picture of the Virgin Mary with her face replaced with a squirrel that said Our Lady of the Nuts. Okay, so thank you very much. Okay, so that's, I mean, totally inappropriate. Okay, so that's number one. No commented guesses about me, but forget it. Okay, number two, invasive comments about my home decor or personal appearance. So that's the person who's like, I really think you need to comb your hair. I really think you need to. No, like, bye-bye. Like, I don't care. Like, I like looking wind tested. Like,
you
my
need to
hair is
comb your
constructed
hair.
by gravity. Right. Totally inappropriate. Okay. Number three,
Uh,
nasty statements about other viewers or people in the public eye. I can't deal with that. Like the person who decides to post a big long-winded thing about how much they hate the singer of the song I'm covering. Like, I don't
yeah.
care. Bye-bye.
Right.
Number four, and this is a biggie. This is a biggie.
Yeah.
Stalkerish, creeptastic comments of a would-be romantic nature. Now, I do not like the word creeptastic. It is not my favorite portmanteau, but I go groping, so to speak. I go groping for words when people put comments like that on my page. Let's
I'm not
just
a big
say
fan of the word groping, but creeptastic isn't an actual word.
creeptastic and groping. Yes, totally stalkerish. Then number five, posts about one's personal mental health related concerns that are not appropriate to the setting. Okay, now that applies here too.
Yeah.
So when we do the calls, it's a good idea to not call and think that we could have that kind of conversation. That's not appropriate. I can't. It would be unethical. And number
Right.
six, anything grade A stupid. Now,
Right.
grade A stupid is a special category.
Yeah.
I
I
don't really even know how to describe that level.
I covered that one too, didn't I?
Yes, the whole thing covered grade A stupid. Grade A
So
stupid is like the person who just posts something like, you know what I was thinking about tonight? That chocolate milk probably comes from brown cows. And I'll
yeah,
be
but
like, that's stupid. Like, get out of here. Bye-bye. Like that
I
kind of
don't know. I don't know if that's stupid, but I can see the logic.
like the person who asks what the formula is for ice. Like, I'm not interested in answering that. Go get an ice cube and learn
Well,
about H2O.
it's water at below 32 degrees.
Yes, that's right. It's frozen H2O.
Okay.
That's the formula. So that's pretty dumb. And then what does that leave? That leaves things like, I really like that piano piece.
So I saw this.
You saw oh, and then it says thank you, the management. Please
Yeah.
refrain or leave the premises. Okay, so go ahead. So
I saw
your response.
this, and I couldn't help myself because it felt like an opportunity. So I took it.
All right,
And
this is great.
let's see. Let me see.
It's pretty hilarious. I'm not gonna lie. You'll find it. It's very long.
Yeah.
There we go. Go ahead, read it. I want to hear it in your own voice.
Dr. Gary, I love you. And if you aren't seeing anybody right now, I'd love to take you to the Olive Garden, your treat. Also, you really should raise your wrists higher when playing piano for better posture. It must just be your personality type, so you don't even recognize it. Also, the world is flat. Thank you, Silver Fox. Love your beard. Smile more.
I think you got everyone on the list.
Bam. I think I did too.
Because the Earth is flat covered number 6 for sure.
Big time.
The stalkerish, creeptastic comments were in abundance. There was a cornucopia of those.
That was a lot.
I'm not sure what to make of them. I'm feeling a little bit uncomfortable. And
Good.
then I mean, I'm joking, but and then people in the audience are like, weird. I think it's hilarious. Did you see my answer to you of the things I'd rather do?
Let's see.
Yeah, there's a list. I responded to you where I basically
You
said,
said you broke every freaking rule in one post. And I said, yeah, right.
if you scroll down, there is a place where I actually, yeah.
Oh, I don't see this.
Now
No.
I'll read the response. This is like an agony column. It says,
Yeah.
"Dearest Lab, things I would rather do, include using Willie Nelson's hairbrush,
Oh.
eating a McMuffin, wearing Crocs with white socks, and listening to Tiny Tim and Carol Channing perform Tosca. Alas, my dance card is full. Yours sincerely, GB."
Yeah.
And then there was no answer, and I was strangely heartbroken.
Well, I'll answer right now. How's that?
Okay, there you go.
Dear Doc.
People think it's funny that I said bro.
Dear Doc. Willie Nelson's hair
Will Nelson's hairbrush is disgusting.
would fetch a good sum of money
That's true.
on eBay. Also, you don't sit up straight.
That's true. That's true.
You tend to lean forward. You must stay focused on the tasks at hand. Also, your beard is
fire
awesome.
emoji.
Yeah, well,
that's what most people use when they mean to say what I think you mean to say. So listen, there's something
and
of course,
please,
there's something deeply disturbing about
no more poems.
Aw, really?
No, I'm kidding, but I'm going to post it anyway. So there was that. Let's see. No, make my
I want you to know during the show I'm going to answer you.
Yeah, that's fine. We can do
this. Is going to turn into a running gag now. It's going to turn into a running gag. I'm going to have to keep topping these ridiculous messages. Okay, now in all seriousness, we're not supposed to be the wackos, having the chat today. The fun of this is the zaniness of watching this descend into zaniness is my favorite thing about these shows. We did a call-in show with Chris McDonough the other day, and it was great. It was very true crime focused, but I think that what it sort of accidentally was missing is that we don't do anything at all to structure it, and it makes it fun. Like the whole fun of this is just it's deranged. I mean, it just descends into sheer madness, and that's
sometimes it does. Yeah. Sometimes it certainly like it's kind of like ebbs and flow. It's like it's like peaks and valleys, and then. But I mean, I always enjoy them. I mean,
well, I'm gonna make a bingo card. Okay, here I'm writing it down as we speak. Here's the bingo card. Bingo card number 1. Joey is gonna call with a fantastic question. Number 2, we're gonna get a call from surprise Linda.
Okay.
Number 3, somebody is gonna ask me whether psychopaths are born or made. I answer that question. I'm going to get a pull doll of me, and when you pull the string, it says, "That's a very complicated question. Psychopaths are not born or made." Okay, so there's that. Then number 4, let's see. Are you going to Crime Con? That's definitely on the list. Number 5. Go ahead, Josh. Something that you know is going to happen. Come on.
Well, I would have said Joey H, but you already took that from me.
Definitely. What about somebody calling and sounding like they're calling from an iron lung, or calling from underwater, calling from the Titanic?
Yeah.
The people who sound like this, and then you have to say, "Shut your phone off." Shut the
Oh, that'll happen. Yeah. Also, calling from somebody's calling from like Mount Everest, or something.
Definitely.
Something along those lines. I think that
that goes on the bingo list. Definitely. Yeah. Number 6, Gary recites a poem.
No.
Number 7, Gary mentions Sherlock Holmes.
I can guarantee neither of those will happen.
Yeah, they're definitely happening. Sherlock Holmes. Number 8, There you go. We already did it. Number 8, you and I kvetch about dating experiences. That's a better time. Dating experiences, definitely, and about those very special experiences. And then anything else? We need 2 more for the bingo card.
You're going to talk about a plant at some point.
Oh yeah, that's definitely. And how about you? Oh, probably you're going to tell some sort of bizarre story about poultry and the baby Jesus or something.
Yeah, probably not
Yeah.
the baby Jesus. Yeah, not the baby Jesus.
Hot dogs, corn dogs, some kind of
Mm.
confection.
Yeah, I would think so. A roller food of some sort.
Definitely. Oh, people in the audience said Gary brings up a list that he's made. That's true. I think we have to take.
That's what's happening right now.
Yeah, well, that's good. So then that has already happened, but I don't have a spreadsheet of this. Okay, so
numbers out there.
So there is a just unrelated to this. There's a whole bunch of stuff that I appeared on that's coming down the pike. I wanted to mention quickly.
Yeah.
So one is I'm not allowed to announce, but I will tell you that on May 7th there is a special that I appeared on with another expert, 2 other experts actually, to discuss the Guthrie case, and I think that's going to have a really large audience and be pretty popular. I did a interview with TMZ today that will be coming out. I did an interview with the Daily Mail that is going to be on Hoyerman. And I did a investigation discovery series I appeared on about a case where a woman pretended to have muscular dystrophy for many years so that she could be taken care of. So I am one of the talking heads on there, although I don't know how much they'll use. So I'm doing quite a lot. Apparently people saw me on TMZ already.
Yeah, they're saying it's out. Yeah.
Really? Oh boy. Well, they say that I did a good job. So
who did you talk to on there?
I had never heard of the person before, but he was very good. He was a young man.
The podcaster guy.
His name was Josh, but he it was a podcast, I guess. But I heard that then it gets used for TV and print media too.
Yeah, I know. He talked to Nancy Grace the other day.
He's a young guy. He's like sort of like 20 something, really bright guy. So I liked that. But anyways, I've been busy, a busy boy, and then I also appear on this crappy show called The Lab all the time. Oh wait. All right, so.
I knew that.
I like it. I like appearing on it. So, and because I get along with you so well.
I also, if you haven't, make sure I just did a show on Monday with Chris McDonough of the Interview Room, and Monk's Intrigue was on there as well. We had a great conversation. I remember very little of it because I was like, I barely made it through it, man. I really did. I barely made it through it because I just did not feel good at all. So anyway.
Right. I want to know what the person in the audience means by, did you notice the comment on Nancy Grace's Facebook? No, I don't know what they're referring to. Do you, Josh?
No.
Apparently, I don't know, maybe something about some theory that one of us has put forward or something like that. But anyway, just in a goofy mood and trying to have some lighthearted fun. It's been a very heavy past couple of days for reasons I won't get into. It's been a rough couple of days. So I just wanted to have a silly time, have some fun. And you've had a rough few days.
I have, yeah. But I'm on the mend.
What was you sound like you have like an upper respiratory thing going on? Is that what happened?
Yeah, I don't know. Like it was like Monday morning. I woke up, my throat was sore, and then by that night. So Chris called me on Sunday, and I believe it was Sunday, and said, "Would you like to come on the Interview Room?" Like, yeah, of course. And sure enough, I wake up and my throat hurts. I'm starting to get stuffy. By 4:00 that day, I mean, I'm peak sick, just horrid. And but I didn't want to cancel, so I did the best I can to prepare myself and
Oh,
got
well,
through.
yeah.
Yeah, I got through it
But
somehow.
you don't want to jump off, right? You're okay with
I
being
feel
on.
I feel good now. Yeah. I
My
don't
healing
I don't
prep.
sound perfect. I don't my voice is a little bit off, but I'm feeling better. So that's what's important. I feel
Mm.
better. So I haven't had a cold in like 3 years.
Really?
Yeah.
And until you started taking care of your health?
Yeah. Kind
That's
of.
really funny. I'm just looking to see if
But I
somebody.
got to tell you that I've recovered from this one like very quick,
Mm.
or recovering from it very quick. So we
By
got
the way, we got calls, right? Somebody said in the audience that we should add to the bingo card that your dogs need to pee.
that, but that doesn't count because all dogs have to pee.
Yes, but they always need to pee like in the middle of some.
It's a 3 or 4 hour show. What do you expect? Do you
I
think they
know.
have bladders made of steel? That's
You
not
know,
fair.
speaking of bladders, since I like factoids so much, can I give you a completely random factoid I learned that amazed me?
Sure.
So the factoid is, why are there no Galapagos tortoises in the British Zoo? Even though when Darwin went there, the Queen was so fascinated by that journey. Why did they not bring? They tried to bring multiple Galapagos tortoises to England. The answer is very simple. They picked up a bunch of them, and when the boat was sort of making its way back, the men on the boat got very thirsty and discovered that the bladder of a Galapagos tortoise is a perfect canteen that preserves water. It purifies and preserves water. So they removed their bladders, drank the water, and then discovered how tasty the tortoise meat was. And from that day on, those tortoises were never brought out of Galapagos again. They remained there, some of them going back to Darwin almost. It's disturbing. I'm a tortoise fanatic, so I know all about them, and that made me so sad. But they have a purifying bladder that you could drink water out of like a canteen. Now you know. And when you know, you know. I didn't have that one on the bingo card.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and take our first call.
I didn't have Dr. Brucato's crazy reptile facts on the list.
My God. All right, Autumn, go ahead, Autumn. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Just found out about a tortoise bladder.
Autumn
Yeah,
is the
we
one who
did.
wrote us with her amazing news.
Yes, that's what I wanted to share. So I won't take much time, but
Go
for all
ahead.
of the people in the chat that have been following, I'm Autumn in Indiana that had the court case, and trigger warning, but I testified this week against the guy who essayed me, and he was found guilty on one count and not guilty on the other. So,
But it was a
excellent
felony,
news.
right? A felony.
Yes.
How long do you have a sentence yet?
No, sentencing is on June 8th. The prosecutor thinks it'll be 5 to 7 years, but he's looking at 16.
And will he be registered
Yes.
forever?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Well, I got to tell you, I am. I hadn't opened my emails in 2 days, and before the show, I opened them. I responded to you.
Yeah, I saw that. Thank you.
And I'm very proud that you were able to go through with it. I would have been either way, whatever you were comfortable with. Very happy to hear the outcome was favorable for you, and I'm very happy, that they listened, that they listened.
I am too. For
Big deal.
everyone that's in the chat, it was a he said, she said case, basically.
Of course.
So if you are ever in that situation, you can get justice.
How do you feel now?
I'm still in shock,
Yeah.
but I feel a lot lighter, and I feel like I can finally finish healing.
And have you spoke to your family?
No, with my dad's cancer and everything, I'm gonna wait till we find out the sentencing, and
Understand.
I might share with one of my sisters after that, once everything's known. I'm not sure yet because I don't want to burden them with the stress because I can I can shoulder it. So
Yeah.
Did
Yeah.
you have to see the guy?
I did yesterday. Yeah.
And what was that like?
Um, I was very surprised at how much, as soon as I walked in the courtroom, I immediately started shaking uncontrollably the whole time.
Of
I
course.
I don't remember much of what the questions were or even what I said,
Mm.
but I do remember putting on the record that he has a small appendage because the defense attorney did ask me a question about his size,
Sure.
and I corrected him. And so
For the
I do
record.
remember that.
For the record, Your Honor.
Yeah,
Well,
for the record.
so you had it was like symbolic of kind of taking the power back.
Yes. Yes.
Uh, and was this a serial offender? Do they know? I mean, they usually are.
He does not have a record in the United States.
Uh-huh. That doesn't mean anything.
Correct. So I'm wondering if they will get any hits when they put him in CODIS, because in my gut and in my heart, I do not believe I was the first.
Well, would it be painful for you if I told you a little bit of the psychology of people who do that? Is
No,
it
that would be wonderful.
for you to talk about?
I think that would help me, because I'm a very logical thinking person, and part of what has bothered me so much is that logically I struggle with the flight fight freeze and fawn. I fawned.
Hmm.
And logically I'm like, well, why did I just,
Right.
why did I do that and why did he do that? So
Well, the FOA, the great PTSD expert, has pointed out that it is much more difficult to get over trauma that is associated with people than it is to get over trauma that's associated with anything else. So, if, for example, you were traumatized by a volcano erupting or an earthquake, it is much easier to get over than something that involves a human. And the reason is that your brain, the person's brain, will generalize that any human could do that. Whereas a volcano or something like that is so rare that it becomes easier to believe it's sort of over and will never happen again, right? And I think
yeah,
that's the reason. And so there's just something about um, the idea that it could be anybody, any male, for example, that
hmm
would be so difficult. Now they're in the literature, and I think this is, if I remember correctly, it's pretty well defined by John Douglas, the former head of behavioral science, right? Um, um, Pretty well defined I think, in the book Obsession. I don't think it's Anatomy of Motive. I think I'm almost positive it's Obsession. And the four subtypes of SA, or even the R word, which we can't say, right?
hmm
Um, on YouTube, they are as follows. So the first, and I think really one of the broadest categories, is opportunistic. And this is where a person who knows you usually finds that you are in a situation that renders you vulnerable, like intoxication, being high on drugs, um, sleeping, whatever,
hmm
and decides to opportunistically take advantage of that situation. And that can include a person who emotionally takes advantage or even takes advantage of somebody intellectually disabled, for example. Somebody is the caretaker for a relative that has a very low IQ, for example. So there's opportunistic assault. And, or another example of that is a person who goes into a house to commit a robbery, and decides to commit an SA. If you look, for example, the Hi-Fi murders, that mass murder in Utah,
hmm
the sexual assault of the female victim, the young female victim who was about to be a model, the 18-year-old, that you have to remember that she was essayed opportunistically during a robbery, and while she was dying, drinking Drano.
Oh my gosh.
right? That so there was
Yeah,
that,
I
right?
forgot
That's
that
a
part of it.
total. That's a very infamous, right? So that was an opportunistic offense, really, really disturbing. And stop me if any of this is too grim. Now, the second large category is the individual that I think it's called. There's a fancy word for it. I think it's power reassurance. R, right? And that's a person who is profoundly insecure, feels like a loser with women, and decides to sort of identify a female to take that out on, right? So
Hmm.
the idea is you've just been rejected in the bar by multiple women. So then you're walking down the street and there's a woman coming in the other direction and you've had a couple of drinks or whatever, and you just sort of like pull her into an alley and do something because you're trying to get your sense of manhood back, right?
Hmm.
So that kind of power reassurance type, that's a big type. A third and much rarer type is the aggressive type. And the aggressive type is the type where the sexual element is actually not as important as the assault, the beating, the punching, the etc., the
Hmm.
thrashing of the victim. So the idea is that the sexual act is embedded within a violence, and the fourth is sadistic, and that is the type that engages in a kind of drawn out torture, which is very different than just hitting someone, but you're actually torturing them. And
Hmm.
those are the rarest of all. Now, the serial killer type falls into that third and fourth bucket. But you can have serial assault in the other two categories. Usually, if you're in the first category and you serially do it, it's multiple times against the same person, right? So
Hmm.
that's the victim who says to you, I had an uncle who did this thing to me like every time he visited for years, right? I had a father that was doing this to me, and that you can have that happen at a very young age sometimes, yeah. And you can also see in those earlier categories, you can see people that really groom you and look like helpers and friends, and like the local member of your church, the Boy Scout leader, that kind of thing.
Hmm.
You can get groomers in the other types too, like the Ted Bundy type, right?
Right.
That can schmooze and sort of lure you somewhere. But that thing of developing a relationship with you over time and then assaulting you is really early, like those early categories. But so it sounds like the person who did this to you, now forgive me, I don't know all the details, but it sounds more like the power reassurance type of situation, right? More than someone who groomed you and knew you for a long
Right.
time.
Yeah.
And there wasn't any, I don't want to ask you to talk about anything inappropriate, but in other words, there was no, like, were you very seriously physically assaulted in addition?
No, honestly, it was very fast and there was no violence.
That's well, okay. So that falls probably into the second category, and those types can repeat, but it's generally that there's been a situation that precedes the event that leaves the person feeling that they want to go out and kind of compensate for their ego by doing that kind of thing. And that's why I'm not surprised about your story about him not being particularly um, festooned, shall we say.
Well endowed. Did you talk about did you talk I might have missed it, but did you talk about like the humiliation factor?
Oh, that's a whole other story altogether. I mean, it breaks my heart, that somebody like you went through this on so many levels, but the dehumanization, the
Yeah.
humiliation must have been
Yeah.
terrible. But you're such a person, when we talk to you, you have such a strong and confident and beautiful personality that it's very sad to think of you as dehumanized.
And strong. I mean, I cannot emphasize that enough. It is so there are so many people, and I don't hold this against anybody that doesn't want to testify when things like this happen, because you have to relive this, and who would want to do that? I think that it's important too, because who knows how many people down the road you are going to save from somebody who's capable of doing this over and over and over until somebody, tells on him basically and tells what he's done. It's a very difficult thing to do, and I'm very happy and proud that you've confided in us and shared this with us, because I know what it's like, not different circumstances, but I know what it's like to have to stand up to somebody who
Right.
you feel has taken power from you, and to get some of that power back, confronting somebody face to face. It's a very difficult thing, and don't think for a second that I was always s- strong and not shaking, and there were definitely times where I said, I don't want to, I can't do this,
Well,
And-
Autumn, the thing that maybe I'm wrong in this assessment, okay, but I don't think I'm going to be. The thing that I think makes you such a strong person, such a special person, is that I believe in my heart that if you got a phone call from someone who said, this offender got locked up and he got assaulted in prison, I don't think that would give you any joy. I think you would feel sad that happened, even to a person who did a horrible thing to you. I think that you're better to people than they've been to you, and I think that makes you a very special person.
Thank you. I am better at taking care of others than myself.
Yeah.
Well, so you understand what I mean? Because it probably will happen to the guy.
Yeah, I actually have part of that in one of the impact statements I wrote was, right now, since I'm at peace, 80% of me would feel bad for him, and 20% of me would be like, yeah. Now you know how I feel.
You wouldn't want that to happen to anybody because it's so
right.
terrible.
It's terrible.
Even
it's
a
terrible.
person who did a terrible evil. And I think what that means is that what the tragedy is of these pathetic types with the power reassurance thing is that this is a person who somebody didn't care about and felt they needed to go out and do this terrible thing to get a sense of power. And you are exactly the kind of person that if somebody stopped you on the street and said, I'd really like to talk to you for 5 minutes, I'm lonely, you probably would have been kind.
Yeah.
It wasn't necessary. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
Right.
And my biggest fear
I just think that makes you a very amazing person.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate that, and I'm taking it all in.
I wouldn't feel bad for him, just so you know.
I mean, I did write my letter. I hope that at some point you're worried
But
about.
I get what Dr. Gary's saying. Like you're a better person than that.
You're a better, and there's power in that, because if you walk around forever angry over some loser, then that's taking away your life. That's taking away time. You understand what I'm saying? I think it's really just about letting the buck stop with you in terms of the power. Don't you think, Josh?
I know so. I know exactly what that feels like. Like I said, with this whole thing that just happened with my father, I made a decision. I said, I am no longer going to, give him the power to affect my life like this. And I'm telling you, it's been over a month now, and my feelings haven't changed. I feel, exactly the same as I did that day. I feel relief. I feel, I was upset about the outcome,
Right.
but I was also at the same time, I was prepared and accepting. And, I refuse to give somebody that much power over my life anymore. It doesn't matter who it is. My life is mine to do with what I choose, and I'm not going to let anybody dictate, how I feel anymore. That part of my life is over. It's done.
But Josh, have you gotten to the point yet where even though you don't forget what a person did, you're able to look at them and see them as pathetic?
Yes.
That's the key, is to start to look at the person and go, you are really sad.
Well,
There's nothing wrong with you. Your life is terrible. You've put yourself in hell. Like you have nobody. You're in hell.
I said this on a show right after this happened. I think it was on the After Dark show. And I said, his mother, my grandmother, who passed away in 2016, and I sat with her while she took her last breath, and I loved her dearly, and I miss her dearly. And I remember saying I had to sit there with her because her son was too much of a screw up to be here when his mother needed him. And I had to do that. I had to fill that gap because I am not who he is. I'm better than that. I'm here. I'm present. And I held her hand, and because he couldn't keep himself out of trouble to where he could do that. So yes, and in that instance, I was like, well, how pathetic you have to be to have that happen. So
Well,
yes.
I'll tell you as a general rule, and let me be careful. Let me be clear that none of this is to be construed as advice, clinical advice. This is just general statements, okay? But as a general rule in life, what I've learned from working with a lot of people who have disordered personalities, and I don't just mean clinically, I mean knowing them, right?
Mhm.
They're all over the place. What I have learned is that the key is to never, ever, ever, under any circumstances, give in to what they demand. And what that means is that kind of person sets you up to engage in a dynamic with them in which you feel terrible about yourself, or you feel hopeless about the world, or you think no one's ever going to love you, or you think that you're fundamentally undesirable, or you have to stay home all the time with this parent that keeps you in a Rapunzel tower and tries to make you dependent on them, or whatever. You never give in to the demand. You just stay very still, and you realize that they're trying to project onto you something that you don't have to play along with. And you say, I don't want to participate in this. Find somebody else. I'm not interested in it. Take this and put it on. So, like, for example, we were joking about the comments people leave. When I get someone who attacks me, I just basically say to them, here for the bingo card, Josh, I'm going to quote Sherlock Holmes. I'm mark it. Here we go. Hold on. I'm marking it. That's for the bingo card. That is number 7. Okay. Sherlock Holmes said, I have no need to inspire confidence in others. I have quite enough of my own. Well, that's the attitude that you have to have. The person is trying to project something onto you, and you basically say, take this somewhere else. Look at the mirror and do it. I'm not interested in helping you compensate for your deficiencies. That's not what I'm here for. And you put a little wall around yourself and you just let them rail, and then you go, have a good night, done. And they will up the ante. One of the worst things about people with those kinds of characters is that they will pretend that they care about you and get you to be vulnerable, and then you tell them things that mean something to you, and then when they want to hurt you, they turn it on you.
Mhm.
You understand that kind of character? And they'll say, oh, well, remember when you told me such as, like, in other words, the person is building like an armamentarium. They're building an arsenal of vulnerabilities about you. So you learn that when you're around toxic people, and what happens with toxic people is you just, for whatever reason, whenever you're around them, you walk away feeling less than. And the art of it is to look at the person and think, you're already in a kind of hell because you don't know how to love anybody or receive love. You only know how to be sick like this. And I'm not here to be an archetype or a projection, and that's sad. If you could see me as a person, you would see that I'm actually a pretty great person.
That's right.
You
Mhm.
understand? But they don't see you as a person. You just think they do, and they convince you that they're the only one telling you the truth. So be careful of that kind of toxicity. So in other words, what you had was an encounter where there was like an isolated version of that same horrendous kind of need to compensate by projecting somebody onto. But there's other people that are toxic at the personality level all day, every day, all the time. And the worst thing in the world is when you're attached to a person like that through genetics or dependency or anything like that. And I would guarantee you there are people in this audience that have been in that situation. And so, Josh, your mother was involved in a toxic marriage.
And that's another thing is that I've never cut like a family member off or anything, but I would not hesitate to, especially if they were such a toxic person that it affected my life negatively. I'm not going to allow somebody to do that to me, it just at all. I mean, you know, if somebody wants to be miserable, that's on them. They're allowed to do that, but that, you know, they don't have the right to do that to me. They don't have the right to make my life miserable. And I don't care if that's my mom, dad, sister, brother, uncle, cousin. It makes no difference to me. I don't have to put up with your toxicity. I just do not have to do it, and I won't.
And now you get it everywhere, even without getting into I mean, you're seeing it even like you can't turn on the news. Or even the people that are, you know, sometimes there are even people that are in prominence, whatever, who are just spewing constant toxicity. And there is something to be said for just sort of not letting it in your life. Because the truth is you can't add a day onto your life worrying about it. So you just, at some point, you just go like, I don't need to know. I don't want to know. Putting a wall around myself. I'm done. Because there are people like that who have that need. They're sort of like it's almost like a Dr. Seuss character that just gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. This is what Stephen Fry said about some public figure that he had an issue with, that they get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger the more you talk about them. Best thing to do is just stop, and then they deflate.
That's right.
See? So, but I don't even remember who, to be honest, who he was talking about. But I remember the analogy, the Dr. Seuss analogy, being very clever. Or even Pennywise,
Richard,
like that. Yeah.
Autumn.
Yes.
Thank you
Autumn. And I'm sorry I went on and on, but you've kept us so informed. You've kept us so informed, and it made us feel that you trust us and you know we care. So that means a lot. You understand?
Well, thank you guys so much.
Right. You're so welcome.
All right, have a good night.
Thank you. Bye.
Oh, what a beautiful
good outcome.
Yeah. What a dirtbag, huh? That guy. I love that I love what she talked about.
All right, let's go.
Empowering of the person. Yeah.
Adriana, how are you?
Hey guys, good evening. I'm doing well.
Good.
How are you guys tonight?
Do you say Adriana, or how do you pronounce your name?
Adriana.
Adriana. Okay.
What did I say?
No, Adriana is also fine.
Of course. Yeah.
I've been called.
We are.
It's spelled the same.
Andrea, and I don't know other versions of my name. So.
Okay.
All right. So, I hear an echo. Do you guys hear an echo?
I don't.
Okay, it's fine then. All right. So, Dr. Gary, I am going to read you a letter, and I want to know what stands out to you before I tell you the identity of the writer, so it does not influence your interpretation. This is about someone you already studied.
No.
I know.
Is this you're asking me to do an analysis of a?
Josh is aware of this already.
Yeah,
he agreed to it. So,
it's fine. It's good.
Okay, so I'll read it to you. Together, hand in hand, and galvanized by the wisdom of the singular heart, we triumphantly ascend to new peaks, thus apprehending the beautiful pattern form of the labyrinthine path taken afore. Indeed, we have traversed many once noble territories, finding that when all else may seem variable and tropic, it is the one constant from which clarity and serenity are ever accessible. Love always. And the signature.
Does that count as poetry?
Yes, that's number 6. Although I didn't recite it, but I'm going to still count it vicariously.
Yeah, because nobody would call and read a poem to me. Nobody.
Well, I think that's a beautiful thing to read a poem. Would you mind reciting it one more time? Not only because it's nice to hear it read and because it drives Josh crazy, it's like a torture. But if you could read it again, please.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Together, hand in hand and galvanized by the wisdom of the singular heart, we triumphantly ascend to new peaks, thus apprehending the beautiful pattern form of the labyrinthine path taken afore. Indeed, we have traversed many once noble territories, finding that when all else may seem variable and tropic, it is the one constant from which clarity and serenity are ever accessible. Love always.
It's very beautiful. I don't know the author of it, and to tell you the truth, I'm concerned that if I interpret it, it may turn out to be somebody where I didn't want to make an interpretation. So perhaps it's best that you just tell me who wrote it. But it's
Josh, do you want to do the honors?
Yeah, it's Brian Koberger.
oh yeah, that's very interesting. Now I really want to go through it carefully. So let's go back to the beginning and slowly read the lines. So give me the first line. And where'd you get that from?
It's in the new book that came out.
From Christopher.
How did he get a copy of that?
The defense handed him a bunch of documents.
Yeah, I mean there are some things in the wording that are very peculiar. But okay, so give me the first.
Yeah, this was written in October of 2023.
Mm-hmm.
And it starts with "Dear Family."
Mm-hmm.
Together, hand in hand, and galvanized by the wisdom of the singular heart. Remember, he had a heart, and when he was in court, his sister gave him a heart.
Yep.
Yeah.
We triumphantly ascend to new peaks, thus apprehending the beautiful pattern dash form of the labyrinthine path taken afore. Indeed, we have traversed many once noble territories, finding that when all else may seem variable and tropic, it is the one constant from which clarity and serenity are ever accessible. Love always. And the signature says, Brian, comma, VC, comma, Burn, comma, Buddy, comma, Brother, Brian C. Koberger, Latah County Jail. So,
I mean, artistically, it's awful. I mean, it's awful. It's an awful poem. It reminds me of that scene in The Addams Family Values, one of my favorite movies of all time, where Wednesday is going to play Pocahontas in the school play, and the guy that wrote it says, you know, they present this Thanksgiving play, and she says something like, "Your writing is puerile. It lacks any, form or substance, and any hint of the Aristotelian unities, or something like that." Well, it's kind of like that. Like everything about it is terrible. It's a bad poem.
Well,
It's awful.
What did I say?
It's bad.
I said
it's high school level poetry.
Yeah, I said it sounded pretentious, and it's almost like he was people thought he was weird and all those things, but he really did his best to try to blend in, and that's another thing that he's really trying to do here. He's trying to sound normal. He's trying to sound.
I don't think he tried to blend in. I think he's like the person who's arrogant about being better than other people. So he would think that being like other people was an insult to his specialness.
But he was still going to parties and asking girls out on dates that would reject them. And
he was grandiose. I thought that he could.
Yeah. Well, the language, the words he uses are like mystical. They're grandiose. There's no like concrete emotional content. It's not like family, I'm scared or I'm feeling this way. It's just rambling on.
But the thing that jumps out at me the most is that whenever you deal with people that have a kind of schizoid quality, that kind of mechanical, detached quality that I've always said Koberger had, right? Now, I'm not diagnosing him as schizoid, but he has that as a personality. He has that sort of mechanical, detached thing, right? Which I said that the person who did this would have even before Koberger was arrested, right? that would live that kind of restricted mechanical existence, and in many ways be more interested in people than good at being near them. Similar to when the comparison I always make about his alibi about the stars is that you could analyze a star, but you can't touch it, right? The schizoid, detached person, obsessional person. And what I think about people like that is if you were to go to a museum or something and walk around and look at the artwork, what you would find is that what they would be most drawn to is the stuff that has to do with nature. Mountains, roads through mountains, trees, whatever, because there's no people. Do you understand? It's the preoccupation with what you're looking at in the environment, studying it, whatever. And when you listen to his writing, the first thing that jumps out at me is that kind of natural, detached quality. The same kind of person who gave as an analysis. Oh, look, someone I know is in the chat that I haven't seen in a long time, who I wish would come back and say hi. And they know who they are. Been gone too long. But the thing is that an old friend of mine. But the thing is, I think that those kind of people are drawn to nature in the same way that this guy was sort of hanging out in the park. You know what I mean? In the fantasy, looking at the stars, the tree. Remember, they used to see him hiking all the time and all that kind of thing. So I think that what that already jumps out at me is a person where your vocabulary doesn't need to be accessible. What you're saying doesn't need to be accessible because you don't really care about the other human being getting you. It's really just about like, I'm here to be smarter than you. I use big words. You don't know what I'm talking about. I am sort of, it's hermeneutic, and I just did it, didn't I? It's hermeneutic. You're trying to, crack the code of what I mean, but I'm basically smarter than you, and I'm sitting up in the loft, sort of looking down at you, and yet love rules the hour. All this crap, right?
Even
So I think ultimately this is a mechanical, arrogant person.
But even if it's a letter written to his own family members,
it doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't make any sense.
I don't think it makes a difference. I just think that, and I think it's very interesting. Did you see the article where the mom told the FBI that Kohberger was her angel?
Yep.
Like whatever. Okay. Now look, I haven't seen that book. I don't really read the books that are about that case. I have my convictions about what went on in that case. I always said that one day I'll probably get a letter from Kohberger. I really think I will. And the reason is that I think in his more honest moments, he probably would want to know how, when I did that profile of him, I was able to understand him without him being a suspect. I think intellectually that probably bothered him because, it's like the idea of like, I thought I was special, that kind of thing. And I think that how easy it was to sort of figure him out, it would bother him. And I think that, it is something where I could just envision that one day I'll get a letter or something with it. And it's not that I, like somebody in the audience said, want it. No, I mean, that goes on that same list of, I'd rather, do all kinds of things than hear from him. But I just think that it's likely in my mind that when he's finally honest about what he did, he'll start to find himself fascinating in terms of the annals of crime and want to reach out to different people to sort of learn about himself, because and do you remember when I read on your show, Josh, the opening lines of the War of the Worlds, and I said that, like, to understand Kohberger, you have to read the opening of the War of the Worlds. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do remember that.
It's so true, right?
It really is. Yeah, like I said, he comes off just pretentious. It didn't really make any sense. Like the words that he used, the words that he's using, it sounds nice, but when you really break it down, it's a crock of crap, really.
Well, look, I mean, do you believe there are still people who believe him?
Yes.
I mean, isn't that unbelievable?
Well, I would say that it's unbelievable, but I'm not shocked by much.
Well, look, I mean, the reality is that tells you something about his personality structure. that people would, because if he was truly a scientist and all of that, he'd be interested in accuracy. He would say, I am a specimen and I want to tell you everything and you could understand and learn from me, that kind of thing. But he's an arrogant, kind of gas bag who, basically thinks that, he's sitting back and kind of keeping his secrets, probably waiting for something to bargain over. I have a lot of trouble with these people that won't just admit their true motives for things.
I know.
Are totally narcissistic and obnoxious.
Yes.
But I mean, that's just how it is. It's sort of like, do I believe that Mangione, if he killed that guy, that he do I believe that he was motivated by a lofty desire? No, I think he was motivated by wanting attention. It's like as simple as that. So I mean, probably I can't prove it, but I think so. So I think a lot of, because ultimately, killing people for your own reasons sort of gives it away that you're on that narcissistic, psychopathic, or sadistic spectrum, right? Probably. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I could do whatever I want because you're an object, So now, so I think, Andrea, that poem, I'm gonna probably ask you to email it to me. I'd like to.
I already did.
Great minds, but I appreciate that very much. I'd like to read it so I can puke over it a few times. But I don't really know if it's supposed to be a poem. I think it's supposed to be.
It's a letter,
right,
to his family.
Yeah, but it's a letter to his mother, correct?
Yeah, it's addressed to his family, their family.
Yeah, but it's almost like he knew that it would be public at some point, though.
Right.
That's an interesting take.
You guys ever watch Frasier?
Oh yeah,
I love Frasier. Well, one of my favorite moments on Frasier is when Niles brings out his diary from when he was a little boy, and Frasier picks it up to read a sample, and it's when Niles was 7 years old, and it says, "Camp is but a vapid, vacuous experience." And Niles says, "My writing has grown so much since then. The repetition of vapid and vacuous." It's like, it's so funny. But I want you to know, I think I wrote like that when I was little. I would have written vapid, vacuous at 7 years old, definitely. That was my writing stuff.
Yeah.
I'd be a hypocrite if
I just wanted to add that regarding the books about the case, this one specifically does have some information from official records, and that's what drew my interest.
So maybe that part is worth looking at. I mean, there's something about certain offenders that the idea of going out and spending money on something to talk about them, it just insults me, because I just can't deal with him as a person. You know what I mean? Because it's just like I said earlier, I don't want to give in to the demand. Sitting around being interested in him is giving in to his demand. And he's not interesting. You see what I mean?
Yeah, no, absolutely. What I found interesting, if you will, about the book is like the breaking down of crime scene and different like blood spatter analysis and just technical things. Mm-hmm. But at the end of the day, it might just point to what you're referring to, that it's him at the end of the day. It's just.
Well, listen, I really appreciate the call. Thank you for sending the poem.
Absolutely, guys.
Letter or whatever that was.
Thank you.
And P.S. Spoiler alert: Kohlberger did it. Get over it. All right. So, but thank you very much. Really.
All right, guys.
By the way, Josh, I realized that we were on the last call. I did make a list, so that takes number 10 off. Yeah. So we've got left 7 things out of the 10 to do.
Wonderful. So only 7. We're barely cracked.
Oh, definitely. Joey H hasn't called, or Linda, and I haven't been asked yet about the origin of psychopaths or Crime Con. And let's see. I have mentioned Sherlock Holmes. We haven't talked about dating or plants. And unfortunately, my drunken crab handwriting is so bad that I can't understand what number 3 was on
all
the list.
Doctors write like crap, but I'm sure we'll knock one out here on this call. Melissa, where are you calling from, Melissa?
Indiana.
How are you?
I think you've called before, haven't you?
Oh, yeah. I'm Conard's mom.
Oh, I remember you. How are you?
Okay. How are you?
Good, good. How are you enjoying the show so far? I know the topics can be very grim.
Yeah, yeah. And I wasn't even going to bring up his dad, but what you said earlier kind of goes along. Conrad found out, about, 2.5 months ago, they called him and told him his dad in prison had 3 to 4 months to live.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, he has cancer, and it really bothered Conrad really bad for about a week because he would always say, "I wish he would just die."
Oof, yeah.
So when he found that out, it just kind of, I don't know, kind of made him feel bad, like I wished he was dead, but he got over it. But
Yeah.
I have a really neat story though. He got a dog about a year ago, a Bernese mountain dog,
Oh, I love those. Oh my God.
and he got it from an Amish farm. We went and got her, and we named her Bella. But she was really backward. She acted like she'd been abused or something. We couldn't figure out. She was 6 months old. We couldn't figure out what was wrong with her. So it took a long time for Connor to bond with her, and they got really close. Well, in November, she was outside and just up and took off, and we couldn't find her nowhere. And we got it on Facebook, and people were spreading it everywhere, and they would see her, and we'd go there and couldn't find her. Well, ends up that we never could find her. This week someone called me, and I found her 10 miles away from where our home is. And it's just, I thought was so cool. She made it through the hard winter. They'd found her. Farmers had and everything on cameras. And someone called and said, "I think your dog." And I mean, that's from last November till now that she survived through the mountains and everything. So Conrad has his dog back. And
And what is the if
Wow.
this were a novel, what would that scene symbolize? What would that
um
that scene be a metaphor for in this story?
The prodigal son.
yeah.
The dog that you think is the dog you think is lost, and
Well,
it actually
I don't
isn't. What is
I
that?
guess he just had a longing, I think, or she, or whatever, to be out and explore and everything, because we ended up finding her right by a river that she couldn't cross. But I just think she wanted to explore. She just took off like she wanted to explore, and I think she did that whole time. But then I felt like God was like, "Hey, here she is," and was ready to come home. So I don't know, it's
Well,
pretty exciting.
in
Couldn't
the
believe
in
it.
the, in the story that you told us, as I recall it, um, well, actually, I don't want to kind of get any feature of it wrong. Can you just tell the audience again, for them, for their sake, the story very quickly, the quick version, unfortunately, in the interest of time, of what happened involving Connor's dad?
Okay, so like Connor's dad um was married to him, and he abused me. For I went through a lot of domestic violence with him
Mm-hmm.
and everything, and he took off. Everything happened when he was 2 years old, so he left and everything. Connor grew up without his dad. And so then years later, we're watching TV, and the news comes on, and his dad's mugshot comes up, and he has murdered 3 people.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
I remember this resonated a lot with Josh, this story.
right. It
How that your father has killed someone is pretty rough.
right. And it was over meth,
Mm-hmm.
a deal that's gone bad and everything. But starting like a year and a half ago, his
Mm-hmm.
dad started writing him all the time and reaching out to him, wanting him to come and everything. So Conrad has been going through a lot, anxiety, just a lot of fear. And I talked about how he would curl up in a corner and everything. Just went through a lot with this, and what he had to deal with, knowing everybody else knew that his father killed 3 people, and how that really
Right.
affected him. Like he would probably be judged and
Mhm.
maybe not liked in the world for what his father did. So,
Mm.
yeah,
So,
that's
so the symbolism of the dog might be something like um, that. Just when you think that you've been abandoned and you're lost and you're not going to find your way back to safety and peace, somehow miraculously you can. You can survive anything.
right.
And the reality is that um, part of the reason that dog made it is because by its nature, it's a rough and tough dog,
It
and that's
is.
probably also true of you and your son. But the thing is, there's a resiliency probably built into the two of you. But I think that there's something very beautiful about that story. I'm here today because of a dog. My great grandfather was driving in Italy on the side of a lake, and the car tumbled over into the water, and he passed out. And a dog that he had rescued, a husky, a beautiful blue-eyed dog, as I understand it, pulled him out by the collar and dragged him to the shore, and he came to there. If that dog hadn't saved my grandfather, I wouldn't be here.
Oh, wow.
So I remember when I was in seminary, I love the stories of saints. They fascinate me. And there's a very famous saint called Saint John Bosco. Some of you may have heard of him. The Salesian order was founded by him. He was a Piedmontese, a saint of the Piedmonte region of Italy. And he had many times in the 1840s or so, they tried to kill him. He used to run orphanages for saints, for children. And they tried to kill him. And this dog that he used to call, well, in proper Italian, you call it grigio, but he used to call it grisio in dialect, in the Piedmontese dialect, would just appear and protect him and then vanish. He had many, many instances of this very large dog that would come out of nowhere, chase off the people who tried to hurt him, and then the dog would dissipate into the air, vanish. And every once in a while, the dog would stick around, and it would be very kind to his friends, but it would always attack people who were trying to subdue him. And he thought that it was a guardian animal, that it was a spiritual animal, because he would see it disappear. And it always popped up just randomly. Grigio means gray, like gray one or gray.
Mm-hmm.
It's just such a beautiful thing. But there are many stories of saints that had protector animals like that. Saint Hugo with his swan, for example, or Saint Rita Cascia surrounded by bees, things like that. But there are these really weird stories of saints that had these animals that would just sort of come out of nowhere and help them.
Uh-huh.
And that happened to Saint John Bosco. So dogs are beautiful creatures.
Well, it was really neat because I found her between
Yeah.
woods and the river. And when I pulled in, she was starting to take off. And I got out of my car and I said, Bella. And she stopped in her tracks and turned around as soon as I said her name. It gives me goosebumps to think about.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was just meant to be. And so Connor's got his not little, she's pretty big. She's a beautiful dog. But yeah, has been reunited with something that meant a lot to him. So.
And
How's
how's he feel?
Huh?
How's he feeling overall?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
How's he feeling overall?
Oh, actually, I told you he started carpentry. He's getting ready to build 9 cabins, a project.
Oh.
Yeah, so he's
Remind me sometime to tell you about my favorite carpenter.
okay. I know all about him.
Does the initials JC?
Yes, he's a pretty remarkable carpenter.
Yeah, that's what I love about him
I have
and
a theory
everything.
about that, by the way.
What's your theory?
I don't think I think that he was a carpenter, but I think that the carpentry is just symbolic of the everyman.
It's possible.
Well, I mean, it says he's a carpenter, but if you study about back in that time,
Yeah,
that
it was more about stones than, wood and everything. So he probably and I mean, I think about a lot too, all the years that the Bible, doesn't tell about him before he, from age 12 to 30 or whatever. We don't know what he did with his life. So it would be fascinating to know what he was doing during that time.
Yeah.
Or whatever. But
well, it's interesting because there's a whole literature that says that a carpenter in Galilee would probably have spent a lot of time being commissioned to build crucifixes for the Romans.
Mm-hmm.
And it is very disturbing when you think about that. Having the foreknowledge of everything that was going to happen, probably building instruments that would be used eventually for your own demise. Is a very disturbing thing to contemplate. And yet it doesn't shock me because you're talking about a story where, for example, one of the three magi brought, what was essentially the equivalent of embalming fluid to a birth. I think from the beginning, it was understood that the pathway leads to death and resurrection. And but it is a beautiful story. But in a really weird way, the story of the dog is a kind of resurrection story. Right.
Well, and I mean, this is a little bit added. God showed him when he was 13 years old. He says he was on the river and showed him that he was going to minister someday. So whenever he had problems with his dad dealing and everything, he always goes to the river. That's his sanctuary, is going to a river. So here Bella shows up right on the river, and I just think that's really symbolic. Pretty cool too.
He's a fisher of men.
Right.
Well, I think that's very beautiful. And look, I really love the call. I think there's something very special about you and your son.
Yeah, me too.
And it's just again, it's one of those nights where we're just getting these like back-to-back really potent calls.
Mm-hmm.
I love it. It's my favorite thing. It's why Josh and I like to do these, because each of these is very particular and yet has a universality that everyone can relate to.
Right.
That's very beautiful. Right. Well, listen, thank you so much, and give your best. Give our best to Connor.
Okay, I will. Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
Hey, check the bingo card. Was Jesus on there?
Let me see. No, although by mentioning frankincense and myrrh, I wonder if technically we've taken number 9 off the list.
What's number 9?
Plant life. Myrrh. I think we may technically have covered number 9. I'm calling bingo on number 9. We haven't talked about dating, Josh. You want to give me a quick story?
Not really.
Come on, give me one. Oh wait, we've had people talking about relationships all night. Bad relationships. I think that counts, don't you?
It counts.
Okay, so now we've gotten the poem, the Sherlock Holmes reference, bad dating and the dangers thereof, plants, and creating a list. We need Joey to call. We need Linda. We need somebody to ask me about how psychopaths are born, if we're going to Crime Con. And and somebody calling sounding like they're underwater.
Okay, Joey H, you're on. Go ahead, Joey.
Okay, thank you. We're almost at a bingo. Thank you, Joey.
God
bless you. There goes number 5.
Give me the bing. Give me the ding dong sound, Josh.
Helping us out.
Sound. There you go.
Bells. Thank you very much. Very good. Now all you have to do is ask me if we're going to Crime Con and ask me how psychopaths are created, and the night will be complete with Linda calls.
You can't prompt them to do it.
Oh, okay. All right.
I want to be surprised. I'm not going to ask that
because it will happen.
Gary, have you been watching this what is it, 3:00 in the morning midnight show that Josh does, the lab after when people are snoring?
Yes.
Show?
I've been concerned about him. I wonder if he's well sometimes. Yeah.
No, but he's given Candace Owens and Laura Loomer a run for their money. This guy's gone to war with this guy Gray Hughes. Every night they're just going at each. I stopped watching all the other network. I'm just listening to this show.
Yeah.
I set my alarm and they're going at each other, man.
I don't know anything about it. I only know that Josh He has the tenacity of a lobster when he decides to go after something, and he is not somebody with whom I'd like to have a beef. Let me put it.
Do lobsters are they tenacious?
They're pretty tenacious. I mean, you ever seen something in the claw of a lobster?
On TV, maybe.
I have to confess that I think lobsters are cute. I love them. Do you know that lobsters would live forever if it weren't for the problem that they eventually can't shed?
Yeah,
they get too old to shed. Otherwise, they would keep going.
That doesn't make sense because they wouldn't live forever because they can't. At a certain point, they can't shed anymore, so they die.
That's the point. The only way that a lobster is going to cry.
No, that's the cycle of life. We would live forever too if our hearts didn't go out and our lungs didn't go out. And I heard
that's how they die.
But when somebody told me that, I remember hearing that, and I said, "That's the point of dying, when you can't survive anymore."
I think it's very symbolic that the symbolism of that when you stop shedding and growing larger, you die is very up my alley. I think that if we get to a point in life where we stop shedding and growing, we croak. That's true. Isn't that true from a Jungian kind of perspective?
But it's not that they wouldn't die.
Well, something else would probably kill them, but let's say it hastens their death.
Like humans.
But I think they're adorable. I'm sorry. I could never.
You don't eat.
I would never. They're too cute.
You don't eat seafood?
No. No, or fish ever. But the thing is, I just think that I can't bring myself to eat a fish.
Let's come back to Joey. Let's circle back to Joey.
Oh, all right. Okay.
Question. Do you guys think that the interview room could pull off a call-in show? Obviously. Do you think? I mean, it's not. You guys are kind of like Dear Abby on steroids. You guys are like a whole another level. I think we love Chris, but I think he's a cop. It's like seeing Dirty Harry try to do like let's talk.
Can I tell you, Joey?
Yeah.
Remember I told you that as a kid I wrote to everybody. I used to write letters to everybody.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember me saying that or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank God.
You wrote to Dear.
How could anybody forget?
Thank you, Josh. I have a finger I'd like to show you, but I'll do it later. So the thing is, Joey, I'm kidding, Josh. The thing is, not really. So Joey, one of the letters I wrote was to Dear Abby.
I bet.
Okay. And I'm going to tell you the question I asked, which still plagues me to this day. I don't know the answer.
Psychopaths born?
Yes. No.
Okay.
That's not the question.
I'm trying to win bingo. I'm sorry.
But I may give you for asking, but I'm not going to. We're not going to cheat. So here was the question, which arose from me making a childhood visit to go see the symphony. Okay. The question is this: when you are in a seat in a theater and the show is going on and you must get up to go to the bathroom or some other reason, is it more appropriate to walk across the aisle with your rear end in the face of the people sitting down, or turning around in a more inappropriate way and sort, which I've seen both happen and I hate both of them? My answer is don't get out of the seat. But if you absolutely had to, which one do you find more etiquette driven? Which one is more appropriate?
Go ahead, Joey.
Yes,
I think it's butt to face.
You think so?
I think Pampers. It's a win-win. Just wear a pair of Pampers and just stay.
But I don't like either of it. I think the person or walk sideways. Shouldn't the answer be to walk sideways?
Well, what if you can't?
But they do that thing, you know. They inch like they're walking like a fiddle crab.
Yeah, but what if you can't?
Fiddle crab. That's good.
Yeah, but that's what I'm asking. And this was the kind of thing I used to think about. And of course, you know, people always wrote to Dear Abby stupid questions like, do you put the toilet paper where the part that you pull is facing in the front or the back or things like that? They used to have those etiquette questions. And that was one I really wanted the answer to. And I never got an answer. And now I am plagued.
All right. So let me try to get serious here. Let me try to dig into my feelings.
You thought I wasn't being serious.
No, you are being serious.
He's serious. He's dead serious.
Let me a couple of recommendations. Never Promised You a Rose Garden movie.
Yeah, I love that.
For the chat, it's on Tubi now, so everyone can watch it on Tubi. And also, the documentary Asylum by R.D. Lang about
Oh yeah,
Kingsley Hall. Did you
I
see
know it.
that, Gary?
I
Did
didn't
you
see
see?
it, but I know it.
Yeah, yeah. All right, so this is what I want to talk about. I want to hear you guys talk about. I'm curious to instigate a dialogue between you two about long-term institutionalization and basically how there's been they no longer exist. Everything now is sort of community-based model. The thing like the farms, what used to be like one flew over the cuckoo's nest, that kind of idea where someone could go into a psychiatric hospital and stay in a facility like that, and it becomes almost like family, and you spend your entire life there. That no longer exists. And what are your thoughts about
Uh,
that and about the farm and this whole the whole notion of
uh,
Pilgrim State Hospital is called the farm, and it literally was a farm. They had their own police department,
yeah,
their own cemetery, their own
sure.
fire department, and then. So, what are your thoughts about that, and how do you guys feel about that? There is no longer long term institutions, and the reason I ask that is just because some people do require uh, assistance for the rest of their life. I don't know. Let me hear what you guys have to say.
Well, let me let Josh give his opinions on that.
Well, I mean, I think that those sort of long-term living facilities, I think it's a mistake that the resources aren't there anymore, especially for people who desperately need it. I mean, there are people that are in jail and prison that probably should be in some sort of long-term, if not permanent, mental, for lack of a better term, mental institution, or psychiatric uh, living facility. I mean, we have halfway houses. We have you know you know I mean, they do have like wards, like hospital wards and things like that. But I think it's a mistake. I think that uh, I think that they should absolutely exist. I don't know exactly when they went away. I think that and I don't know exactly why they went away. I've never really looked into it. I do know that there were many of them when 60s, 70s. I think in the 80s is probably when they really started to go away. And I think you know it's everything's always blamed on funding, but for some reason we find money for the asinine things all the time. And I think that there are people that would benefit greatly, from being able. Look, we're the richest nation in the world. I mean, we should have these type of centers. Think it's I think it's crappy, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the question is a very interesting one, particularly if you mean long-term care that also includes people that might be called criminally insane. I worked at a place like that for some time. It's very interesting because I think these things have a lot to do with the philosophical underpinnings of what we think causes mental illness, what society thinks of the notion of illness. And I think unfortunately, if you've never dealt with somebody, for example, with schizophrenia, you have all kinds of incorrect ideas about how extensive and long term the care will be. I think society has gotten to the point where it started to not give a damn. It has more the attitude of like, Ebenezer Scrooge saying something like, are there no workhouses? That kind of thing. Like let them eat cake, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I think that the reality is that serious persistent mental illness is a lifelong thing. There are some people who can function within a highly structured environment with a serious mental illness, but you know, I've known people with schizophrenia. I've known people with serious bipolar disorder. I have known people with serious abnormalities of the brain, that are very difficult to understand, brain damage, things like that. There are people who simply cannot function outside of a situation. And so, it's a hard question, but at the same time, it would have to be a setting that was humane. It
Well,
couldn't be something that was dirty or filthy or abusive or whatever. There's some kind of dance between
Yeah.
those things.
well,
But one thing I want to make sure I say, Josh, forgive me, but it's very
no, it's
important
fine.
to
It's
say,
fine.
is that there is an overestimation of the danger to society of the seriously mentally ill. People who are seriously mentally ill are far more likely to be victims of crime. Now, is there a sliver of violence that is committed by people who are seriously mentally ill? Yes, if they're not taking their meds, if they have very particular kinds of delusions or command hallucinations that are commanding them to do it. If they are using drugs or alcohol, that is a real thing. But I have to tell you, Joey, it's actually a very sophisticated question, because I'm on the fence. It would have to be humane, humane with a sensitivity to the reality of these illnesses.
Right.
If that existed and there was a setting in which people could be taken care of,
Just so both of you guys know, I'm blown away that both of you guys, your answer. I'm just really, it's very meaningful. I'm impressed and I'm blown away.
Well, and
okay.
I gotta tell you,
What can we say?
I'll tell you straight up. My mother's, my mother was institutionalized since she was 16. She's passed away, and what I did to honor her when she passed was the first word I put on her grave was survivor, because she survived that. But I also know how important it was to have that, what she experienced all those years in an institution since she was 16, and she was sent to the farm. But anyway, Josh, continue. I'm just really
what I was going to say was, and I said I haven't really looked into it that much and studied it. Ronald Reagan was before my time. This was all before my time. It was before Dr. Gary's time too, because it started well before Reagan, by the way. In the 50s, when these these medicines came out, they were trying to deinstitutionalize people. That was the push. That was the push since the 50s and the 60s. Before we even got to the 70s and 80s. Also, there was just a slew of lawsuits. Patients' rights. It's something that you see as well in care homes, abuse, things like that. That tend to happen a lot. So. Look, I understand. I understand. The cost value and all those things, but at the same time, it was a lot of psychiatric medicine came out in the 50s and 60s, and that people were being treated outside of institutions. So. But I think that there is a balance. I don't think that there are people that I think that for some people, it's a bit of both. I think there are things that people would benefit from, that kind of care. Also, medications, but it was kind of one or the other, and sort of ended up with the other. So. That's really all I know. I know everybody said Reagan did this, Reagan did that, but if it's not that simple. It's not. He wasn't responsible for all of that. It really started in the 50s, and really pushed for in the 60s.
Thorazine Shuffle.
Yep, pretty much.
I have a soft spot for the seriously mental. You have to understand, they've been the focus of so much of my work, and I think when you see the positive side of people who have a different way of seeing the world, the artwork, the creativity, the sort of beauty, the poetry of some of the concreteness and strange ways of thinking, you understand that there's a reason why you wouldn't want to take these individuals out of the world. Out of the gene pool, so to speak. You know what I mean? I think there's a humanity to that. At the same time, one does not want to romanticize a disorder that causes terrible suffering. I have known, people personally and cared for people and treated people with the most serious mental illnesses. If there's anything in this entire world that I have ever done that I'm proud of, it's the work I've done to make people with serious mental illness and people who have committed terrible crimes unless they're like psychopaths or something. I mean, people who have gotten into trouble or people who are victims of crime see the humanity in themselves.
Right.
And I am very drawn to people who feel that on the conveyor belt of life, they were just sort of cheated and there's something fundamentally wrong with them. And I am absolutely grateful for my work with people like that. The other group that I love working with are people on the autism spectrum. So I don't know. I am not interested in people that are in the mainstream. They're just not. They don't keep me kind of fascinated or stimulated. I'm drawn to anybody that's like a prodigy, a saint, a person who's so beautiful that no one can relate to them as a human being, someone that is so physically deformed that no one can relate to them as a person or a human being, a person who has a serious mental illness, a person who's gotten into trouble and everyone thinks they're terrible, the person with a drug problem, the homeless person, the runaway. I mean, I don't mean it as a romanticized thing. What I mean is I am drawn to people that experience a sense of otherness. I would also include in there people who, because of their sexual identity or their gender identity, feel alienated. I just think there's something about people that can't find a place in the world that I have a soft spot for. And I mean, that's exactly, that whole list right there. Like, those are the people I've had to spend my whole life with. And because of my work and other things. And I just think I don't understand why people can't handle anybody that's different for religious reasons, for ethnic reasons, I mean, Josh, don't you, in the final analysis, love people that are just fundamentally different?
Well, yeah, because I think I'm one of those people.
Oh, yeah. What do you think I get along with you for?
I truly do. Like, normal is relative, and crazy is relative, and all those things, and eccentric.
That's not relative.
And the other day when I was on Chris's show, we were talking. I said, I referred to somebody who thought that they were a free spirit, and for some reason, there were people in the chat going, I'm a free spirit. That person's not a free spirit. And I'm thinking that is all relative, that's exactly what I'm talking about. When people think they are something that they aren't, I mean, I don't think you really get to classify yourself. I think it's other people that are supposed to classify you. But I've always known that I was sort of, I wasn't exactly normal because I didn't come up quote unquote normal. I wasn't raised normal.
Aren't you great? Aren't you great the way you turned out?
I mean, I'm not upset with who I am. But I got to tell
Josh,
you,
I feel like you're a natural therapist. I feel like you're literally a natural born therapist.
I got to, well, maybe it's because I've done nothing but therapy my entire life, but I got to tell you that I sometimes I can give really good advice, but just not to myself. I mean, I really struggle with taking my own advice because
it's good advice.
Yeah, exactly. So, but that's how I always feel, is that I'm sort of I can listen to people and go, this is what I would do if I were you, but I'm never them. So it's just not,
but you like outsiders. So one group that you and I have in common that we're very drawn to are people that are other because they're elderly. I think we get along with people that are much older.
Well, that's what I was going to say, is that I've been raised around old people. I have, when I say old people, I mean, I'm talking, 75 plus. My neighbor, who just moved here a couple of years ago, 75, and him and I, we just get on, we,
of course,
you ever watch Home Improvement, that show Home Improvement with Tim Allen?
I don't need to watch. I lived it.
Wilson and Tim, when they meet up at the fence.
Yeah,
we do that all the time.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. We share a fence and we talk over the fence almost every day. He's out there tinkering with something. I'm out there with the dogs, and I go, hey, and he goes, hey, and then we we chat, and he gives me, his life stories, and there's a lot to him because he's older than me, and he's got great advice, and he was actually the one that I saw right after the decision came down about my father, and I was talking to him about it, and he looked at me and he says, "It's okay to put it down. It's okay. You don't have to carry it anymore." And it was unbelievable advice, and I'm really thankful because people who the only way that you really get wisdom is through experience.
Well, look, one of my mentors was Michael Stone, who died
Yeah.
at 90. When I got together with him, I mean, he was in his 80s, and I knew I would lose him.
Right.
And there's a person who means a great deal to me, who was in the process of losing a grandparent, and I understand the idea that sometimes when the people that are around you don't get you, they haven't been very kind to you, they don't understand you, you're too smart for the people around you, you need somebody a little wiser, somebody who's been around the block, and then you get like an elderly person that loves you into fruition. There's a terrible feeling all the time that they're not going to be around forever. And then that the world, which has gotten so ugly in the generations that followed the age of these people,
Right.
it's like this goodness is going to be taken out of the world. This light is going to be taken out of the world. And you live in terror of it. When you love a person who's older, every day you think, I hope this isn't the day I get that call, right? You understand, Josh, don't you?
Every time my grandmother ends up in the hospital,
Right.
I have that I had it with my grandfather as well.
Right.
I had somebody tell me at a very young age when, and when I say young age, it was probably about 12, that, I learned at a very young age that you typically, if life goes the way that it's supposed to, you lose grandparents and parents, not always in that order. And it doesn't always happen that way, but they basically told me, they said, look, you will probably, if life goes the way that it's supposed to go, you will bury your grandparents. You're missing a generation, so it's going to come to you faster. And I've known that for a very long time.
Yeah, I get it. It's the most painful thing because the grandparents are like, they're archetypes of that kind of pure love. You know what I mean? Wisdom, those kind of tree-trunk hands they have, and like something I associate with grandparents is that they have these houses. I mean, it's a stereotype, but my experience has been they have these houses where nothing ever changes.
Right.
Like for 40 years, the couch has been covered in the same thing, the same plastic. The little statuette that's up on the, has been, that's the plate that we got when we went to Niagara Falls 50 years ago, and it's been there your whole life. And so the idea of losing a person in their 80s, their 90s, whatever, is you have this feeling like something just stopped being that is as predictable as Monday being before Tuesday, or the number of planets. The person not being there anymore feels like a destabilization of your whole worldview.
Absolutely.
And it's like that beautiful Auden poem, stop the clock, but I think it's very hard to make somebody understand that when you've had a force in your life that's been like the only stabilizing person. And a lot of times that's an elderly person because they're sort of still. They've been, and they're looking out at the world with a different point of view. To lose them feels like a hole in the heart of the world.
Yeah.
You understand? I get it. And, Josh, I worry about you that, I know one day you'll lose and so will I. And, listen, I don't want to think about that day,
but look,
grandparents person, I adore
once again, this is not something that I don't prepare for.
Yeah, well, that doesn't mean you're prepared.
Nah.
You think you'd be ready? I wouldn't.
Oh no, I'll never be ready. Being prepared and being ready to me are different things. I'll be prepared, but I won't be ready. I don't want it, But
But they don't want you. They don't want you to be scared. I think the idea is that a person like that is ready for their harvest. They're ready to gonna get. The best thing to do is to say to the person, "I don't want you to spend your eternity worrying about me because you love me. You're gonna be okay. Like you go and have your peace, and I'll see you soon enough. Because otherwise, they'll worry about you there.
Well, like I said,
Make them know that they've
there
loved you successfully.
there are people in the chat that say that you're never prepared. Well, I mean, that may be true for you. I've
You feel ready.
No. There's a difference. I'm telling you,
Right.
I do not feel ready. I'm not ready for it. But when it happens, I will be prepared. I will know what to do, and I will know what my job is.
Oh, yeah,
and
that I believe.
that is to comfort and be there for everybody that's hurting, and to be with my family. That's what I mean. I'm not ready for it. I don't want it, but Gary, I've lost so many people in my life already. So it's not new. It's just different.
I'll tell you one thing, Josh. One of the days I worry about with you is your dogs. I think I could see, God forbid something happened to one of them, we'd have to put you on a Hawaiian vacation or something and give you loads of mega vitamins. I don't know how you're going to deal with it.
Well, I will tell you
crazy
that.
about them.
I will tell you that before you came into my life, I lost a dog that was the love of my life.
Really? What was the dog's name?
Her name was Maggie, and I
Is that
adopted.
the lab?
She was the lab, yeah.
Oh yeah, I would have a hard time.
She was 6 years old when I adopted her, and when she was dying, and I remember her back legs went out. It was the night before Thanksgiving. I laid on her bed with her, and I cried on top of her, and I said, "I wish that I could make you all better." And I remember when I took her in to have her put to sleep because she was suffering. I knew that I could get through a lot. I'll be heartbroken.
I know.
When Otis got sick, I was devastated. I thought I was going to lose him. I was devastated. Maggie was a once in a lifetime dog, and so is Otis. Otis and Macho are as well. But I'm a pretty strong, strong person.
Josh, that's where the Lab After Dark, I feel, is very important, and it's really.
You notice it's called Lab After Dark,
and it's just a whole different rendition of it's a different side of Josh. It's a different side of the chat who make appearances, and it's really cathartic. It's really important, and even me. I mean, you see how I am on there.
It's fun.
It's fun. It's great. Haters are gonna hate.
Haters hate.
But Joey, don't you think a more accurate title for the show would be Dark After Lab?
I'm still thinking about that. Lab
after losing the lab, Dark After Lab, because he lost the lab and became depressed.
I don't know if I got depressed, but I will tell you that when I that same day I came home, okay, my grandmother was watching the Andy Griffith show, and it was the one where all the dogs kept following Barney home, and I was like, this is bull crap. Of course, this is the one that's on. But they had 50 dogs in the police station, and Barney's like, I can't get rid of these dang dogs.
Barney hilarious.
Yeah, he's the best, man. But I remember when that happened, I just got up and walked out of the room. I was like, this is, it's like things target you when you're going through it.
But
Joey,
it's interesting, Joey. Before you go, I'll just say that I think one of the great hallmarks of empathic people is that they love animals. And I think the reason is that it takes empathy to understand intimately an entirely different species. So like if you could take a bird in your hand and understand the experience of a thing that is nothing like a human, that takes enormous empathy, right? To imagine yourself into the life of the bird and what it wants and how it needs to fly and what it eats and whatever. I think there's something to people that are animal lovers that it says something about that they could imagine themselves even into a non-human
Then
form, and that's very rare.
Then make sure you don't read this book, which I haven't read, and I don't intend on reading it. This Koberger book, because they got letters where he's writing to his dog, and it's very loving poems and to his dog. So, listen.
Remember, I
love you
predicted
guys.
that he would.
Put a muzzle on it. I'm saying goodbye.
All right, bye.
I love you guys.
Bye.
Take another call later.
Buonasera.
I'll see you in the lab after dark when
I'll
I'm
be there.
snoring. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye, Joey.
Josh, you remember I predicted that when we were talking about
I do
that
that.
he would love dogs more than people.
Yeah, he
Because
does.
They were
too.
predictable. Their relationships are predictable.
Not
because of empathy, but the predictability of an animal.
I remember.
Joey's a great guy. I love his heart.
I do too. All right. Let's go. Janet. Go ahead, Janet. Where are you calling from?
Hey.
Oh, hi. I love when Janet calls. Janet, wait, let me listen to you if you sound underwater. Although we gave that bingo.
Yeah, Joey kind of got the underwater score, but we can
I think we just earned it for real. Okay.
AKA DB Cooper.
Are you calling from the Andrea Doria?
Yeah, exactly. I'm surprised I didn't make the bingo card, but
you know what? That's a really good point. I think you may be the free square.
Oh, good. Yep. Freebie, that's me all the way.
Yeah, I'm definitely giving the point for that one. How did we forget Janet? Janet, you are like an honorary mention on this bingo game here.
She actually called in the lab after dark last night.
I love when Janet calls. Janet, you have an energy that I find so comical. I can't explain it to you. Your energy is so electrifying and funny. Because I find funny people to be my favorite people in the world. I love
He's
fun.
never said anything like that to me ever.
It's hilarious. And the thing is that funny people, if you pay attention to them, the funniest thing about a funny person is the musicality of their delivery. It's the music, the rhythm of their delivery, right? That kind of, it's a sing-song kind of, and you are so funny, Janet. Do you find yourself funny?
No.
I think you're hilarious.
I think
that was funny.
You make me funny, Dr. G.
Oh,
I'm the straight person.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
All
definitely.
right. I think you're funny as hell. But the thing is, you're funny precisely because you're not trying to be. It's just a natural energy that's musical and it's amusing. You can't tell a story without me cracking up. That story about DB Cooper, I still laugh about that.
Yeah, but that was you being a moron.
But it was the way she played along with it.
That's true.
It was so funny. It's so deadpan, exactly with personality. It's so deadpan.
To this day, I still have no idea what you were thinking when you said
so funny.
and then the fact that you're going, well, what do you mean? I forgot to gotta jump out of a plane. What?
She's hilarious. I'm sorry. But Josh, don't you love funny people? They're the freaking best. Oh, my brother's a comedian. My whole family's funny.
They're all right.
So
anyway, go ahead, guys. That's just going to say gloom and doom. Go ahead.
Something to say to the people who don't appreciate my voice.
I love your voice.
Well, all I can say is I was born this way. And if they think I don't realize it annoys people, there actually was a time when I wanted to volunteer to read books for the blind. And I applied via email and they were like all excited and told me to come on in, and they went to put me in training and give me a short little interview. Yeah. And they said they thought maybe they had a more fitting position for me.
Oh, I don't know. I like your voice. I think your voice is very comforting.
There are people that don't like your voice.
Yeah, it's been in your own chat room. It's been described as like nails on a chalkboard and stuff.
Really?
Now that's funny.
Yeah.
I remember once reading that. Do you remember the famous actress Tallulah Bankhead, who had that voice that was very gravelly like that? She tried to sing in a musical, and Fred Allen, the comedian Fred Allen, did a review in the newspaper, and the review said Her voice sounds like somebody pulling his foot out of a bucket of yogurt. And that has always stuck with me as the best description of a horrible voice I've
I
ever
don't
heard.
think anybody's voice has ever bothered me.
Oh, I'm a big voice person.
What I'm saying is there are voices that I, you hear, like Morgan Freeman, right? Okay. You hear him. Like,
his voice is amazing. Yeah.
Of course. But I've never heard somebody's voice. I mean, maybe sort of, you know what vocal fry is?
Oh, yeah.
Vocal fry annoys me, but I don't know if that's a voice. That's more of the way somebody talks. But, I don't think people's voices annoy me.
But you have to admit that there are some people whose voices are so distinct that it's very funny to imagine them in a different role. So, like, for example, Gilbert Gottfried. Remember Gilbert Gottfried? Oh, I got imagine Gilbert Gottfried like in the Shawshank Redemption instead of Morgan Freeman. That's funny.
Or no, Affleck. Sorry, he was the Affleck. That was him.
Yeah, he did the voice of Iago in Aladdin.
Yeah, but I didn't mind his voice. I used to listen to him on the Howard Stern show all the time. His voice.
But imagine him doing the Shawshank Redemption. There are some birds whose feathers are just too bright. Like, that would be funny. You would die laughing. Admit it.
To a bar.
Make a difference. I'm sorry. I just think that there's something to that, and I also think that a person can become very, very attractive because of their voice. If there are people who have a voice that could just, they make your heart come out of your chest, because studies show that voices are a very important cue. For example, in many studies, heterosexual women have been shown over and over again to find people more attractive who have voices that are more baritone. And the reason is that the baritone voice is associated with more testosterone. Well, there's a whole hypothesis about that.
Because that homosexual men seem to love my voice, and there's a study about that as well.
You have a very nice voice, Josh.
Thank you.
Yeah, but I get a lot of people like my voice. But I think your voice is better. What do you sing? Baritone?
No, I can go all the way. I can go up.
Really? What's the lowest note you can hit? Let me hear it.
Well, I'm sick. I can't do it right now.
Stop. What's the lowest note you can hit? Just try. Hum.
And
what's the highest? Josh, you sound like you sat on a pine cone. Do it a little.
Sick.
Okay, fine. All right. No problem. And you, dear caller, what kind of voice do you have? Do you sing?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Really? Is that sarcasm? Or
in fact, one time, all the other sopranos called in.
See how funny you are?
Rehearsal. Yeah. And I carried the entire soprano section against like all the tenors and baritones and everybody. And some nun snuck in and she was listening in, and her critique of our rehearsal was that the soprano section needed to tone it down a little bit.
Oh,
makes sense.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Hey, guys,
all right. Well, listen. So, did you have a true crime question for us, or did
you want it? She just called in for the haters. Dude.
No, Dr. G. Even the chat earlier was wanting to know what you think of the Bernie movie.
Oh, I don't really have anything to say about it.
Oh my God! Did you watch it?
Of course you did.
The whole thing. I'm sorry.
Wow.
You actually started it?
Somebody recommended it.
Yeah. Janet.
It was me.
Finish it. I'm going to finish it. How about this? We'll make a deal.
Janet.
I'll watch it. You'll call back.
Wait a minute.
We'll talk.
Wait a minute. So not only did you tell her to jump out of a plane, but you
told her to jump out of a plane. I told her to impersonate.
No, you told her to jump out of a plane.
Forgot that he had leapt out of an airplane.
Yeah, okay. That's the most famous part of the whole story.
I forgot.
Okay, whatever. You also forgot to finish the movie. So now you're over too.
If you knew what distracted me, which was work related, you'd understand.
Janet, you should have heard what he said to me the other day about your voice. It was unbelievable.
I like Janet's voice. Don't mess.
I'm just
Janet, seriously, I promise I'll finish it and then we'll have a conversation about it. Okay? And let's make a deal.
You heard her
feeling. Meantime, I tell everybody the story about you with the limping, with the
yeah, we talked about it on the interview.
I love it. I told
I heard it on the interview room. Bob didn't even crack a smile.
Well,
he is a hard nut.
No, that's his humor. He's a great guy. He's really a great guy. Believe me. Good man.
Okay. Well, I did watch Ikaru. I held up to my part of the bar.
And isn't it beautiful?
It really is. It really is.
I tried to tell you.
But my takeaway was a little different than yours. But
you had a sad interpretation or a happy one?
Well, I get how you got what you got. Mine was that it was about the guys that said they were going to change because of what he did. They were going to change the way they approached things and step out of their roles and achieve more. And they didn't.
Let's see, that's interesting. So in other words, your interpretation is that it's not an uplifting movie, but that it's about how there's a sort of spurt of hope after a person dies, but then people regress back to basically living a life where they don't realize that they're alive.
Well, it is about more than just that too. I mean, to me, what you said was that it was kind of sad that he died before he saw people enjoying the
No, what I said. What I said was that he realizes that life is larger than himself. He had lived an officious, mechanical existence, and then realizes with his cancer that he wants to do something that leaves a legacy. It's actually very typical of Japanese cinema to have that 2-act kind of thing, where you have the first scene is one way and the second is the other. And I thought it was a very beautiful example of that. You know what I mean? One of my favorite things, by the way, in the world is the true crime interpretation of a movie. For example, you take a movie like The Wizard of Oz and you tell the plot like a true crime person. It's actually very horrifying, right? Young girl escapes from home.
That movie's terrifying on its own.
Right. Escapes from home and kills somebody, goes on a long and epic journey and kills again.
Bro.
That's what she did. She killed more than once. And if there was a month between those killings, she was a serial killer.
And Janet, I have it on good authority, so I wouldn't feel too bad that Bob thinks that Roadhouse is a romantic comedy.
I like that made her laugh, but the Dorothy didn't.
Yeah, because you hurt her feelings, dude.
I didn't hurt her feelings.
You turned the movie off.
Did you get your feelings hurt?
Yes, and you told her to jump out of a plane.
I didn't tell her to jump out of an airplane.
You kind of did.
But I didn't mean it the way you took it.
And I wanted to spare you because actually many years ago, I'm over it. It was many years ago.
Go ahead, take the glass, break it into little pieces, grind it into my hand. Go ahead.
A friend of mine died in a parachuting.
Okay, we're done.
She was a hobbyist.
And now you got Josh wetting himself. Do you see why you're funny? I can't. Josh, do you understand now why I find Janet hilarious? Hilarious. You can't make this stuff up. This is like something right out of Seinfeld.
It's not funny. I'm not laughing.
She's like out of Seinfeld. You are a Seinfeldian character.
So I really do draw the line at jumping out of airplanes.
Of course. Who can blame you? All right. Well, anyway, it's been a trip. But thank you very much. I really I don't know how to thank you. That story really made my day. All right. Well, hopefully there's someone else on the line and I can escape this embarrassment. All right. Go build a park, Janet. All right. Okay. We're off.
I'm
Janet,
so
great.
sorry.
All right. Moving along. Next.
Janet.
I can't take it. Next. Who else is online? Please be Linda so we can have only.
Linda, go ahead. You're on the.
Yeah, this is Linda from Raleigh, North Carolina.
Yeah, right.
I know who you are. That's a bingo. Almost. We got 2 more to go. If you ask me about psychopaths or if I'm going to Crime Con, we win.
You just say bingo.
Bingo.
You just say bingo.
So
I'm so happy you're here. Now. We need you. We needed you here. We needed you to save us from the prior call. Did you not find that hilarious?
Be our proverbial parachute as we fall out of the plane.
She's like, I know you feel bad, but let me just tell you on the way out the door, my best friend died by jumping out of it. You know, I was like, okay, I'm done.
Also, all 7 of my cousins died in a school bus fire.
Right.
Well, I guess, Dr. Gary, you've now become a soothsayer because you knew that I was going to be calling in, and which means I need to change a few things about myself because I'm too dependable, predictable, and reliable. So
maybe it's a nice thing that we know you're always going to be here. I think that's one of your best qualities. So tell us what we can do to help you today. What's
reliable like a parachute?
Well, I survived 70.
You had your birthday?
Yeah, I survived 70.
When was your birthday?
Saturday.
Let me see the date of it. Saturday. I don't remember the days anymore. My life is a giant
April
quagmire. Oh, the 25th. So
Yes.
April 25th is your birthday?
Yes.
Congratulations. How do you feel? How does 70 feel?
Not as bad as I thought it would.
And I'm free.
And it's so funny because when I got the notification that you were coming on live, I was at Applebee's.
You were?
Not on the bingo card.
And I thought this would be great if I could talk to you while you're live at Applebee's. While I'm at Applebee's.
I would love that.
Let me see who you share a birthday with. Let's see. April 25th birthdays. Now there are a couple of serial killers, but we're not going to mention them. So you have the same birthday as Al Pacino.
Okay.
That's an interesting one. Hoorah! You have a birthday with let's see, Josh. She's got a birthday with oh God, these are the worst celebrities ever. Can't you believe it?
Of course.
I don't know, dude. You're just all your swings and misses.
They stink on ice. Okay, Ella Fitzgerald. You got Ella Fitzgerald.
My daughter-in-law that's married to my son Ryan, her birthday is April 25th.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Well, you got Ella Fitzgerald is an amazing one. You got Renee Zellweger.
And it's only 5 days after Adolf Hitler.
Oh, that's great.
You got Hank Azaria. Hank Azaria. That's a great one. You got Talia Shire from The Godfather.
Oh, okay. Oh,
that's a good one.
Rocky too, wasn't she?
She was in Rocky. Yeah, that's true. You know, I that movie I can't deal with. All right, let me just see if there's anybody else here that's worth mentioning. I mean, a lot of these are really wash-ups, you know, kind of.
Yeah, let's hear them.
Well, then they don't
wash up. Nobody even know who they are.
The same company as me. Then, if they're wash up, they don't deserve the same company as me.
Well, but I think those are some pretty good people to share a birthday with. I especially love that you share a birthday with Hank Azaria. I love him. I think he's great. And Al Pacino. I mean, isn't it interesting that Al Pacino and Talia Shire, 2 different stars of The Godfather, had the same birthday?
Well, there's a 1 in 365 chance.
Oh, that's interesting. I never knew that they had the same birthday. That must have been interesting.
Me and Don Wells's birthday is the day before mine. So
what's your birthday?
November 15th.
All right, let me see. I'm just curious.
Oh, that sucks.
Let's take a look.
Josh
shares a birthday with TikTok star Alan Chicken Chow. Yeah. No, but seriously, folks, you share a birthday with anybody interesting at all, Josh? This is the most boring birthday ever. Okay. Ed Asner. You got Ed Asner. That's a good one.
Right. Good.
Sam Waterston. I like him. He's pretty good. You got Beverly D'Angelo from the Vacation movies. That's a good one.
All right.
You got Bob Gunton, the star of
Shawshank Redemption. Who could forget Bob?
He's the warden in Shawshank Redemption. That's a pretty good one. No, my birthday, let me see if anybody cares. I'll tell you. I already know, but let me just see if there's anybody I'm missing. So
I've never cared about this.
I know. This is just for entertainment. We're here to entertain.
I know, but you've looked it up before. Like you've been like, I wonder who I share a birthday with.
Well, I know some of them. I know that I share a birthday with Jean Harlow and Jessica Biel.
When's your birthday, Dr. Gary?
March 3rd. Alexander Graham Bell, I know, is born on my birthday.
My grandson's is March 1st, and my daughter's is March 21st.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Well, most of these people that are born on my birthday are abject losers, but there are a couple of them that are pretty great.
Well, obviously you're not in that category at all.
Well, I don't know, but I think I'm in pretty good company with Alexander Graham Bell and Jean Harlow, who I would love to see together at a party.
Mount,
Someone in the audience said March 2nd. Lisa
March
Booth.
3rd is actually the day that the dedication of Mount Rushmore happened.
Well, Mount Rushmore, I collect. As a matter of fact, here is a little miniature Mount Rushmore.
Oh my
I have many Mount Rushmores in my house.
Because it was your birthday.
I happen to be a fan of Mount Rushmore.
Because of your birthday.
That is a fascinating coincidence.
It is.
And one of my favorite things to do is to use a 3D printer to change the heads on Mount Rushmore into different people. This someone made for me. This is Mount Rushmore with the heads of the Golden Girls. This is Rose. Here is Sophia. Here is Blanche. She would hate how she looks. And here is Dorothy.
Oh my God.
It was made for me as a present. Listen, I like that show. I want a Frasier one with Frasier and Niles and Martin and maybe Daphne. I would love that. Or maybe a horror one like Freddy Krueger, Jason, Mike Myers, and maybe like Arthur Clown. But I'm a big fan. Why are you laughing at me? I like Mount Rushmore, bro. Go ahead. Laugh all you want.
I will.
Oh, there's someone in the audience who said they're going to make it for me. Thank you. Will you really make me a Frasier one? But I'm not sure I want Daphne. Maybe put the dog.
Well, you know, at
Daphne,
Applebee's, they call me Norma. Do you know why?
Norma? Well, it could be a few different things.
Did you ever watch the sitcom Cheers?
Of course, Norm. So you're Norma. Every time you come in, they recognize you. Norma.
Norma, because everybody knows my name.
Oh, I like that. I think that's really nice.
Yeah.
Well, Frasier is a spinoff of
Norma.
Frasier's the spinoff of Cheers. So you made a little connection with
there you go.
So how can we help you today other than your birthday? Which I think is awesome? Why are you laughing?
Well,
I collect a lot of random things. What can I tell you? If you had any idea, you would die laughing.
Joshua, I know that Dr. Gary mentioned once that you may know a lot about this subject, but it's about Chris Watts.
Oh yeah. Josh likes to talk about Chris Watts.
Yeah, and I know I've researched him and watched everything I can on him and Shanann, and I wonder how do you think Nicole Kessinger? How do you think she was involved? How deeply do you think she was involved?
You know, I know that a lot of people really, really want her to have been involved. I just don't think that the FBI and law enforcement would have let her slide. I don't think that I think he's really the only one, to be honest.
But she lied on her interview so many times. She lied constantly.
Well, she lied about their relationship, correct?
Why would she disappear though if she had nothing to hide?
Because people think that she had something to do with it. So she had to run away. I would have too. She even changed her name.
I know.
But people were after her. I mean, look, just imagine. Look, the one thing that she, I guess, did wrong in this was that she was having an affair with a married man who was still living with his wife and was saying, "I'm going to get divorced," but he wasn't divorced. I don't think that that's necessarily an unforgivable sin, but I think that if I were her, it's sort of like this. Remember Scott Peterson?
Yeah.
What was that lady's name? I always forget her name. That he was having an affair with her, and then she was thrust into the spotlight.
Yeah, I know her name. Can't think of it off.
Yeah, I forgot it. Amber Fry. There we go.
Amber Fry.
Yeah. And so, I don't think Nicole had anything to do with it. I think that I think that it was a smart move for her to disappear. I mean, people were threatening her. You know, there were people that will show up. The people felt so enraged by this horrific act, and that's what it was. Nothing short of horrific. And that, you know, people were threatening her life. You know, and I in a way I do sympathize with that, but I don't think that the FBI would have let her, you know, skate, our law enforcement. I don't think that they would have let her just, you know, we're not going to charge her if she knew that this was going to happen or if she helped or anything like that. I just don't see the reason that they would, personally.
Okay, Dr. Gary, maybe I don't know if you've already checked this off your list. If someone would ask if a psychopath is made or if they're born. but Chris Watts, what and I know you can't diagnose him, but what could lead someone who appeared to be such a normal person to kill? I mean, I can understand someone getting outraged and maybe killing their wife, which is no excuse to kill anyone, but the children and the way he disposed of their bodies, I cannot. That's why I'm so this case really, I'm really mesmerized by this case, I guess, is because I'm trying to understand how someone could do that.
Well, if you read the New Evil, you'll see that there are separate categories for people who eliminate people in the way who are and are not psychopathic. There are people who eliminate someone in the way, like an impediment to a romance, in a very expeditious, unprofessional kind of way, because they're not a psychopath. And then there's the type that does it in an over-the-top, cruel, meticulous manner, because they are. The question of whether that particular individual is psychopathic, I will leave to other people to opine. But he was certainly a killer of people in the way, that type of person, right? And so I think the whole idea is, most of us, if there were a person who was an impediment to something we wanted, like a romance or getting rid of a witness or something, we wouldn't be able to do something like that, to kill someone, no less do it in a horrifying way, right? But wouldn't you say the primary motive in that situation was eliminating somebody in the way of a romance?
Yes, I think he was trying to eliminate, but why not get divorced?
Right. Now, if you watch the TMZ interview,
that would have cost him too much money.
Well,
yeah,
he was already financially ruined. They were going to live in a shell life anyway.
Right. But if you watch the TMZ interview that people are saying that has aired, that I didn't know it had aired yet. I don't even know where to find it. But one of the things I talk about in there that is one TMZ. You know what I'm saying? I mean, is it on YouTube? Dang it. But the thing is, thank you, Josh.
You're welcome.
Thank you. You broke one of my rules, by the way. But the thing is, I'm kidding. The thing is, one of the things I opine is that one of two scenarios went on in that case based on statistics in the Guthrie case. And one of them is that it could be an elimination murder that is masquerading as a abduction for finance. And, you know, it is interesting to think about that. I named that, Michael had called them killers of people in the way, people who do that. I called them elimination murderers, and then that sort of stuck in my writing, and I have talked about that phenomenon. And what I'm interested in that phenomenon is how the people always try to give the impression that somebody from the outside did it to throw the attention away from themselves. And yet, in the Watts case, I don't know. I mean, did Watts make an effort to make that look like somebody else did it?
No.
I don't remember off the top of my head.
Well, yes, he did. He said at first
they always do elimination.
At first he said his wife did it. At first he said that he saw her trying to smother the daughters, and then he saw her and he strangled her.
Yeah, I watched that interrogation when he said that. That was, I mean, it's so foul.
That was crazy. Yeah, and everybody knew he was lying, because the FBI detective who was they used, I forget what the method is. The method that they call it, but it was giving him a way out, and she was saying, "Oh, what I want to believe is that maybe Shanann did this, and that you're protecting her." And so then he said he wanted to talk to his father. His father came in and he told him he didn't want to protect her anymore, and that his Shanann did it, his wife.
Yeah, just the lowest of the low.
Yeah, he is the lowest of the low. But I just can't understand why he would put his children's bodies in those oil tanks like he did. I just, I don't.
Well, you get what I'm saying about the unnecessary extras. If you're
Yeah.
going to eliminate a person, do it in a rapid way. I mean, look at the whole thing with Guthrie. If Nancy Guthrie was an elimination murderer as opposed to a failed abduction attempt for money, why do they have to do it like that?
Yeah.
You could expeditiously kill somebody who's in their 80s. An octogenarian, fragile person can be very rapidly killed if that's your goal, right? But because you have to make it look like somebody outside did it,
yeah,
you have to go through all this stuff that torments the individual worse than they have to be. You could just go in there with a gun and that'll be the end of it. You see, but they don't because of
right.
So I think that what happens with these elimination murderers, I'm not necessarily saying that's what it was in the Guthrie case, but I smell it that it's possible.
Mm-hmm.
The thing with that kind of person is that the extras are cruel, but they do them for these stupid, selfish reasons. Because very often, an elimination murderer knows you in some way. So as a consequence, a little emotion gets in there too, right? A little feeling gets mixed in there. So there's overkill. For example, Lizzie Borden. She should be on
that's what I was going to say.
She should be on the list.
Yeah.
Lizzie Borden, I am convinced, killed her stepmother and her father. Thank you for the bell. I think she killed that. You know what you're going to do, Josh, by ringing that bell? My brain is going to pair that bell like in a Pavlovian way with saying Lizzie Borden.
Well, Jeffrey McDonald did the same thing.
Well, but Lizzie Borden, there was overkill.
Yes. Oh, yeah, it was.
Acted the father brutally.
Oh, yes.
I mean, it wasn't necessary to do it so many times. So that's what I'm trying to say is that I think that's a classic example. And then you make it look like an outsider did it, but you don't fake any of the things that should have happened if an outsider did it. I mean, the father had a ring on and money in his pocket, and there was no sexual assault of the stepmother. So why'd somebody break in and do it? Lunacy? I mean, there's no signs of lunacy. The person would have had to have hid himself in the house for hours between the two killings because they died hours apart. With Lizzie right there walking around. A killer was hidden in the closet for a few hours.
Right.
So that's not a psychotic person. So I just think that, it doesn't make sense. And but whatever. But I love the question.
Yeah.
And thank you for getting us down to only one thing on bingo card.
I have one more thing I want to torment Josh with. Okay. I wrote a poem. And I'm going to read the poem I wrote, Josh, because just to torment you, okay?
Yeah, no problem.
Would You Miss Me is what is the name of it, okay?
At this point? Oh, no, you weren't.
Okay. If tomorrow death took me, would you cry? Would you grieve? Would you miss the mom you had who was there when you were sad? Would life be better if I weren't here to dry your eyes and wipe your tears? Things happen we don't expect. Would you be sorry and have regrets? God forgives me no matter what, as long as we love him with all our hearts. My door will be open always, my son. You're welcome anytime because you're loved. That was written for my oldest son because he's the one who is emotionally detached. So anyway.
I actually liked it. I liked it. It was good.
Yeah. See, I have a whole poetry full of books because I like poetry. Like Dr. Gary, I love the poetry too. You and I are soulmates when it comes to poetry because since I was 13, I've been writing poetry. So
you got one to recommend for me?
What do you mean to recommend?
You got a poem to recommend?
What do you mean a poem?
A poem, a famous poem that
no, I don't have a poem of a favorite person because I'm my favorite person, so I write all my poems.
I love that.
Elizabeth Barrett Browning. Okay, Elizabeth Barrett Browning.
She was so abused, she was an incest victim.
Yeah. So, she wrote
the Barretts of Wimple Street. Did you ever see the play, The Barretts of Wimple Street, about the abuse? About her life and her, I mean, she was
in fact, I still have my note here. Somewhere. I gotta find it.
The one I wrote you 3 times.
You recommended Anne Sexton and somebody else. I can't remember.
I told you to read Rowing by Anne Sexton.
But so I gotta look her up and everything. But anyway, I'll let everyone go.
All right, thank you, Linda.
So it's nice to see you again. I'm glad I was on your bingo chart, and so
Of
you
course
guys
you
have a
are.
nice evening.
Thank you. We need we have to add Lizzie Borden and DB Cooper next time.
For sure.
But nobody asking about CrimeCon is the missing one.
I'm sure that's
Oh,
coming.
CrimeCon. Oh, where's CrimeCon? Where are you going to be?
Thank you.
It's in Las Vegas, right?
It is in
Thank
Vegas.
you. Wait.
Las Vegas?
Wait, hold on, Linda. Is there anybody that you'd like to see attend it?
CrimeCon?
Yeah, who would you like to
Josh,
see go?
Dr. Gary, and Chris.
Okay, thank you. Bingo.
Thanks, Linda.
There you go.
We love you.
Sun T Shine says, Dr. G, do you have a name for those disordered personalities projecting to engage you in their dynamic like parents? Is it toxic narcissist? I'm glued to your words. I have to replay 3 times to absorb. Thanks.
I think that's just character. Nobody, by the way, Q69 in the audience says Lizzie Borden didn't do it. Yeah, okay. Wink. All right. Yes, she did. Now the Sun T Shine. So this question, what's interesting about this is no. What you're describing there, what I was describing, really is characteristic of certain kind of cluster B personalities. They can all sort of have that vampiric, draining quality in one way or another. In fact, it's a kind of fatigue that you experience when you're around a person like that. If you're around a person, for example, who is very gassed up on himself, and he is boasting and telling you how confident he is. For about 5 minutes, you might think it's attractive or sweet or cute, or wonder if there was a little bit of a sadness underneath it, whatever. By the time you got to know them and all they did was talk about themselves every single day in that same way for years and years and years, you would feel vampirized.
Yeah.
After a little while, you would feel that it was your job to sit there and let the giving of attention wash over you. And you would feel like you had some kind of pernicious anemia where you had been drained in a vampirized way. So I just think it's characteristic of a personality disorder. I'm not really aware of it having a term associated with it, but it is a thing. It's like the person where, for whatever reason, every time you walk away from them, you feel bad about yourself and you can't put your finger on why. Right? And the person has no idea that their narcissistic kind of quality demands that someone else in the room feel smaller.
Right.
See, unfortunately, we don't have a term for the opposite kind of person that always likes to boost other people. But that is a type too. Is a type also. But unfortunately, you encounter a lot more of the first type. I have no patience for that type of person. I love pricking the balloons of people like that.
Dr. Gary, analyze December 8th birthday.
Well, the first thing I think of with December 8th is the Immaculate Conception in the Catholic Church, but I also think of it as the day that John Lennon died.
I think of it as the day after Pearl Harbor.
Yeah, I suppose so. I think that's a good one. But my association to it is that it's the day that John Lennon was killed.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right, let's take our next call here. Patty, where are you calling from, Patty?
Oh, you guys have to guess because I found out last week I had an accent.
Yeah, Michigan.
Minnesota.
I guessed exactly the same one.
Oh, here's Rose. It's so nice to see you.
Oh, cute. Hey, and I'm not riding a bike and I'm not recreating any crime scenes, but I do have a couple questions.
Sure. I like your accent.
Okay, thank you. I didn't know I had one, but I asked my friends and they said, yeah, we all do. We just don't know it.
It's true.
So nurture or nature? Schizophrenia.
Complicated. I think you have to have, in most cases, there is some, I'm giving a talk about this tomorrow because schizophrenia research I spent 15 years of my life doing. I've contributed to the literature on how that develops, right? The attenuated psychosis syndrome was something I worked on with a group of other people for a long time. So that's a great question for me, right? As an expert, I co-wrote a whole book on schizophrenia that you could read if you're interested in that question. But I would say that probably it is associated with some structural, functional or biochemical or even genetic abnormality of the brain that seems to have a sort of second hit when you get to adolescence. And the question of how it will epigenetically unfold seems very related to life experience and external things. So I think that there's a genetic or kind of biological element, but what happens in adolescence appears to be very critical. My hypothesis has always been, or has been during the course of this work, that people that were genetically inclined towards schizophrenia and other psychotic disorders but don't fully get there probably are the people we currently call cluster A, kind of paranoid, schizoid, schizotypal types of people, who seem to permanently be fixated in a kind of sub-threshold psychotic disorder. I also think that about people who are on their way to bipolar disorder is that if they don't genetically fully express, I think a lot of them wind up with cluster B organization. A lot of them, for example, are people who are diagnosed with borderline personality, for example. A lot of those, I think, are effectively dysregulated people who are either traumatized or are predisposed to bipolar disorder but don't fully develop it. So I think the answer is it's a mixture of probably some biological inborn thing, but about 50% of people with schizophrenia don't have a first degree relative who has it. It could just be diseased genes from de novo mutations. And there's a whole theory now that people having children too old is part of the problem because the DNA does not transmit appropriately or accurately. And so you can wind up with higher incidences in people that are older when they have children, of having kids who have schizophrenia or even autism, because of these genetic abnormalities that are associated with age at which people are having children. But we have to be careful because that's only a sort of hypothesis right now, but there is a growing body of evidence to suggest it. There's a little bit of discordance between if it's the age of the father or the age of the mother. Most studies lean towards the age of the father being more problematic. But every 5 years that you add to a person's age when they have a child, the higher the rate of children with schizophrenia or autism. So there's clearly there are some de novo mutations that can happen in people for that reason, and some of them just inherit it. But it's a truly fascinating thing. But if you know a person with schizophrenia, very often they have a parent who is significantly older than them. Not always, but it's interesting to pay attention to. But
I'd like to know the name of that book. That was a really interesting answer. I'd like that book.
yeah, it's a book I wrote with Ragi Gurgis and one of the former presidents of the American Psychiatric Association, Jeffrey Lieberman. Let me see. I think it's called Treating People with Schizophrenia, 15 Clinical Case Studies or something like that. Sweet soul, that is not bullcrap. There's a large body of literature that says that. There is no one in this world who loves the autistic world population more than I do. But that's simply something that's in the literature as a hypothesis. I'm not saying it's conclusive. It just is what it is. Science is what it is. There are people in this world that want to will away science, but it just is what it is. And I think as people have children older, you do see higher incidences of it. I think it's just more diagnosed now than it used to be. It probably always was around. So let me, I'll tell you one thing. I don't think autism has anything to do with aspirin or any of those goofball ideas, but it's a hypothesis. Exactly, Sweet Soul. That's a good point. But it is a hypothesis that does have some evidence to support it, far more than the aspirin hypothesis. Okay, so that is the name. I think it's Treating People with Schizophrenia.
Thank you very much. I want to read that
under my name, but I really, really appreciate it.
And now the question I really called in for. Did you guys were talking earlier about Willie Nelson's comb, and then that's why I called. It's his 93rd birthday today.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you for catching that. Somebody else wrote me to make that same comment. I thought that was
yeah.
That's one of those weird things that happens to me very often, is these synchronicities like that, where I'll make a joke about something and then it happens to be like the
And then
anniversary.
it's their birthday. Yeah.
Very weird. Yeah, it's a
Oh.
synchronicity. It's a
How
probably
stupid do you
meaningless
think he
thing.
is?
Yeah, and also let me just address Adriana's point. The only reason that one is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, one is a personality disorder, and one is a psychotic disorder is because the current way we're conceptualizing them. The point of what I'm saying is that we may wind up revamping how we think about them. A personality disorder, for example, has many elements to it that I believe are neurodevelopmental or that I believe are emotional or trauma-based, and in some cases even micropsychotic. The problem is that the current nosology of the DSM needs a lot of work, and it is constantly changing. And so that there's a kind of tautology to that statement, right? It's a circularity to that statement. So no, I just think that the reason they fall into those buckets because of the current nosology of the DSM. So, any other questions?
I think
No, thank you. That was very, very interesting and helpful.
Read
And
that.
yes,
I
just
think you'll enjoy it. Most people just read The New Evil, but I think you'll like that one.
I will. I'm gonna get that. And then the last thing before I hang up, I'll say I don't want you to both fall off your chairs when I age myself, but you were talking about voices, and I'm gonna say I want to get mine in there. Vincent Price.
Oh, he's my favorite actor.
Oh, I love his voice.
Yeah. I have many things autographed by Vincent Price. I wish I could show them.
Oh,
But,
that's
yeah,
amazing.
I'm a huge fan. Of course,
everything's your favorite, and everybody's your favorite.
No, the Vincent Price is my favorite actor. He's all over my social media. Even just yesterday, I posted Vincent Price. Literally.
Oh, I did not know that, but I thought of him right away when you were talking about voices.
Yeah. Well, he did very wonderful. But the thing about Vincent Price was he's also a wonderful art collector. And his collection was one of the most incredible in the world. Most people know him from Edward Scissorhands and from Egghead on Batman and things. But for me, Dr. Phibes. But for me, he was one of the great villain actors of the early 1940s through the later years, particularly the 70s. But I'm crazy about him. I think he was just kind of erudite and snotty and snarky, and I just think he was great. I love him in The Mask of the Red Death. It's one of my favorites.
You know who my favorite actor is? Dead serious. You'll never. Who?
Oh.
James Gandolfini.
No, but I do like him. No.
Give me a clue.
Gregory Peck.
I could have guessed that. I have his autograph also. You want to see? After the show, stay on and I'll show it to you.
He is the best. He was the best, man.
Yeah, I loved it.
Everything.
That deep voice.
Even in I watched it the other day. He was in a Western.
Oh yeah,
so good.
He was in a number of them. But I'm crazy about him. I think I loved him in To Kill a Mockingbird, of course.
Of course. Yeah, he was just awesome.
I didn't know you liked an
actor
as old as Gregory Peck.
I love Gregory Peck.
I like him in The Omen.
Yep, so good.
But I have a lot of actors that I really, really like. Favorite comedy actor, favorite horror actor, favorite drama actor. But there are certain actors that are my favorites that I watch everything they're in, going all the way back to the earliest days. And some of them are very obscure, but some of them are not. But you have to understand, I have an encyclopedic knowledge of film. I mean, film is my baby. I love it. In fact, I really want to do a book on the crossover between film and mental health. I want to do a book on psychopaths in film.
That'd be interesting. That'd be very interesting.
Well, I think John Lamb and I are going to.
Oh, very cool.
John Lamb and we're talking about doing a book on how accurately psychopaths are depicted in cinema and books.
I think that would be fantastic.
Well, listen, somebody says that they've been blocked and they want to be unblocked.
Well, if you can see it, then they're not blocked. Okay, Patty, thank you so much.
Bye,
Thank
Patty.
you. Have a good one.
Patty's a name I haven't heard in a long time. I haven't heard that one in a long time. My mother's got his name is Patricia, but nobody would ever call her Patty.
Your mother's name is
Patricia. Yeah,
my grandma's name is Patricia.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And if you call her Pat or Patty, she'll get pissed.
Yeah, Patty is I think of the Andrews sisters or something. I haven't heard that name in a really long time. It's very 50s.
So sometimes I call her Trisha Ann. She gets so pissed about it.
I mean, Pat I get. But Patty,
she didn't like that.
A little more Irish, isn't it? To call someone Patty.
Okay, let's see. Dawn, see, it says your device is not connected. So I'm going to take the next call. But hold on.
Can you hear me, Josh?
Now, Dawn, yep. Am I saying your name right?
You did. Excellent job. Yeah, it's just, I think I'm the only one in the world that has it. My parents made it up. My dad's name was Dawn and they feminized it.
Okay.
You have a great voice.
Thank
I
you.
wish you should be doing like book narration or something with that voice.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Do you guys all see what I mean? It's a very sort of melodic speaking voice. Very soft.
Not to be confused with neurotic.
Do you sing?
Now I'm going to be hyper focused on it.
No, it's a great voice. Do you sing?
I did when I was younger. I was in choir and I did sing, but I stopped. My experience was that in middle school, I would have people ask me to sing a lot in the hallway, and I think I just kind of shut down after that because it wasn't special anymore.
In the hallway?
Really?
Yeah, like people would stop me and say, "Hey, sing this song or do this."
Would you grow up in Glee or something? Like you busted into song like West Side Story or something? How'd that happen?
Well, oh gosh, I don't know.
Like Teen Witch? Remember that movie?
So, I think sometimes I would sing for my friends, and I'm about 50. So back in the day, it was singing Mariah Carey or Whitney Houston, and those really emotional songs. And I don't know. It was, to me, I had to kind of tap into it. So
like Heartbreaker by Mariah Carey. That's a good one.
There's so many. The voice on that, right? Well, Josh, you were talking earlier related to something you said about preparing for inevitable things. And I was on hold when I heard you talk about this. I called in about something else, but I do the same thing. And I'm not sure if this is what you meant, but for example, I will visualize something might happen almost in a way to prepare me emotionally for it.
Yep.
For example, my son has gotten into, he's doing something he shouldn't be doing. He's riding mini bikes, which go like 60 miles an hour in neighborhoods outside of Austin. And he got hit by a car not long ago.
Oh.
And we co-parent, so I don't have a lot of control over what happens there. But in a way, I feel like I've been, during my downtime, almost visualizing something really bad is going to happen to him. I don't know if that's healthy or not, just in that emotional, like preparing yourself so you're not shocked or don't have a sense of agency and control in the moment.
Well, I think I understand what you're saying when people kind of flirt, with danger, and that sounds like what he's doing. How old is he? Can I ask?
Oh, he's only 14. Everyone thinks he's in college. My daughter's in college. And so when he visits, he's 6 foot tall. He looks older than he is, but he's totally doing the adolescent, risk taking. What's that?
Have you told him this?
Yeah. And, he's going through some things, and emotionally, this is kind of an aside thing, but, he's actually going to have to get a brain scan because we were thinking that he had ADHD, but now the doctors thinks that he might have TBI and some of the emotional dysregulation and attention issues that aren't responding to medication.
Yeah, that happens. That is, I've it's an interesting differential.
Right.
Yeah, and his age, of course, it's adolescence, and so this is the phase of all those risky behaviors and knowing your boundaries.
Yeah, well, I mean, I got to tell you that. So I understand what you're saying. And yes, look, whenever my children, even at this age, they go on a trip or, anything really, you have these thoughts and this sort of anxiety. And I think what you're probably more so experiencing is anxiety. I don't think that the preparation, for your son getting hurt, I don't think you're going to be able to prepare yourself for something like that. The reason is because, like with a person who's older than you, you're supposed to bury those people eventually. I think what you're going through is probably something that's pretty normal for parents when their children are doing these things, and by the way, look, I co-parented too, and sometimes you just don't have a lot of control over your children when they're not in your custody. And if I truly think that if people really care about other people's feelings parent wise, that they would take this into consideration, that you're a nervous wreck when something like this is happening. I also think that it's something that you should talk to your son about, and that you should say, hey, look, like this is what this does to me. I remember my son went on a trip one time. I couldn't get a hold of him for it was like 13 or 14 hours. And his phone died. And then, they were in a spot where he couldn't get service. And, I was doing everything I could to contact him. I was trying to track his phone. I couldn't get a hold of him. And I just kept thinking these awful, awful thoughts. When I got a hold of him, and when he got home, I didn't feel very good for about 2 days. It took a lot out of me. That time, it took a lot out of me. And I explained to him what it did to me. And I wasn't upset. I just said, listen, what I went through, it was not fair to me. And I said, well, why'd you do that? And he says, well, to be honest with you, I didn't even think about it. And I said, you have to be considerate of other people. All I needed was to know that you were okay. That was it. That's all I needed. And I hadn't heard from you. And it was upsetting, and I said, so, I mean, I look, hopefully that your son, is fine and things work out, with that. And I know a lot of kids that do that. I have nephews that ride those bikes, and it scares me too.
Yeah, I mean, like riding them on a course, I get the residential areas, especially in the suburbs, are
well, isn't
tricky.
That illegal?
It is. And, we could talk forever about the co-parenting and why I ended my marriage. There are reasons. It all kind of aligns.
Well, maybe you need to get in trouble.
Well, and a car passed him and then immediately turned right in front of him into their driveway.
Yeah.
So he has gotten into accidents, and it's a real lived experience. That's
a terrible thing. It should not be happening.
I know. And I have messaged Dad on the Our Family Wizard app and tried to approach it delicately, but also, explain the concerns I have and long-term concerns I have about further injury and concussions and things like that.
Sure.
But to pivot, we've gotten a lot of calls that have been unrelated to Nancy Guthrie, which I am happy about. It's nice to, it's a little refreshing. Dr. Gary, I posted on your page, nothing inappropriate, I kind of leaned into trying to get your input on another case. And I'm not sure that either of you have been following the Athena Strand case in North Texas.
Yeah, I sort of.
But we could pull it up and talk about it.
This is it's the FedEx driver. I can give a quick overview to the audience and then to you guys. And really, I have questions about some of the claims that are being made by the experts and such that I'm curious about getting your input on. But he was a FedEx driver in North Texas. He ended up kidnapping a young girl. I think she was 7 or so. And it's pretty clear that he SA'd her and then tried to eliminate her by strangling her, couldn't do it, and then ended up physically beating her with hands and feet and throwing her into a river.
Did she die?
She did. She did die.
And this is an accusation, or it's adjudicated?
So that's the interesting thing. He did plead guilty. So the court case is currently happening, but it is the second sentencing phase, and it is a death penalty case. So
they have to waste a bunch of time with jurors to give
the money too. The money, it's crazy to think about. And I value the time, and a lot of them are coming from institutions like universities that are getting a cut.
Really quick, I want to share this with you, is that I don't know if you follow, you probably don't because you're classy, my After Dark page, but there is an episode that I do talk about that entire case. I'll put it in the chat, but it's number 446. It's titled 446. And I go into great detail about my feelings on that case. Because it's upsetting, you know, and I just give my entire thought.
Give me the name of the offender.
So the offender's name is Tanner, Tanner, Horner, Horner. And my particular interest is that the first off is that he claims to have an alter ego 0. He's claiming like DID, and there's some accusations of malingering. But a lot of the experts on the defense side, I just, as an academic myself, I have a hard time making sense of the expert diagnosing him with 10 different conditions. I understand that there can be complex cases, but that seems a bit overreaching. 10, everything from being on the spectrum to mood disorders. He was I probably using substances, but this idea that he was trying to blame his alter ego on the fact, almost like because he knew morally that it was wrong. And so there's this awareness of, in the moment, did he know what was wrong? And I don't want to talk about death penalty necessarily, but that's the jury's decision is, were there any other factors we should consider in order to give him LWOP instead of the death penalty? And it's just, Josh, since you've been following it, I just have been watching it on and off. I'm in graduate school, so like during study breaks, when I have downtime, I take a brain break, and I usually turn on Gisela or someone
and you're also from Texas, so I'm guessing you're pro.
Actually, I'm a very progressive liberal person, so I've always thought that I'm anti, death penalty.
Except when it comes to this.
Well, it's just fascinating to me, like getting on the jury. I mean, I don't know. I don't really know if I was in the moment I could support the death penalty. Although in this case, it seems like that's kind of what he wants, because he's attempted to end his own life so many times.
Yeah, or what he deserves. I mean, some people that.
It says here in the news, a forensic psychiatrist testified Wednesday that Tanner Horner admitted to sexually assaulting 7-year-old Athena Strand and punching and kicking the child as he tried to kill her repeatedly. The psychiatrist, who was a witness for the defense, said in her opinion that Horner would present a low risk of future violence in prison. I have to tell you, that would be an interesting thing to hear. Why he would,
right.
First of all, I suppose the logic is because in prison there wouldn't be access to children. Is the idea that the violence was in the context of assaulting a kid,
right?
And for sexual reasons, because even if there's a serial nature, you wouldn't have access. But this is like, they're talking about, he had lead exposure because he ate coins as a kid.
I know.
And coins are made out of lead. Fetal alcohol,
right?
Bullying. I understand. But
PTSD. It was like 10 things.
I don't know, the case to be able to comment on that. But I do think that the notion of not being dangerous is probably related to the idea that this is an adult victim.
Like Gen Pop, because he was shopping. There was some evidence that he was going to other homes that had kids and pulling in and covering the camera that's in the FedEx van. But you're right. The prison if it's just looking at the prison population and the safety of the prison population, I get it. There has been some talk about the staff, the nurses, the others that might be involved, the civilian staff.
Well, I gotta tell you, and Dr. Gary, this case is what he did was so horrific that when the jurors were listening to it, they were breaking down. They had to. There's audio of and video of what he did, and the little girl Athena, 7 years old, was having a conversation with him, asked him if he was a kidnapper. All this. I mean, I got to tell you that these are look. If the death penalty exists, it exists for people like this.
That's what a lot of people say.
I mean, it's either you have it or you don't,
It reminds me of the Cousy case. Remember the guy that buried the 7-year-old alive after assaulting her? You know what I mean? In a bag. They found the dirt in her lungs. I mean, there's just something about that story that just makes you want to scream. But what I think is interesting is claiming that an alternate did it, but you remember that you sexually assaulted her.
Right. And that's why I think the state is saying this is definitely malingering here. He was aware. He actually confessed and told the Texas Rangers where Athena was after he pretended to be Zero. And he even had some embodied tics where he would shake his head. It was so obviously performative.
He joked about breaking her neck. He laughed about it.
Yeah. And taking her clothes off, that it was funny. And
yeah.
Anyway, I was just also curious, Dr. G, about what you thought and if you thought it was appropriate for 10 diagnoses and a couple hour visit by the expert. It's just.
Well, I mean, obviously, a person is saying they did something. The idea is to sort of reduce to give a kind of a story that's supposed to mitigate in some way but the reality is that sometimes, I mean, I don't mean it to cast aspersions on anybody, but sometimes, a person who is for the defense is going to come up with absolutely anything that they see in the person's life that could help, to achieve that end. But in the final analysis, what probably happened, although let me be careful, I'm not saying it did probably happen, was a situation with somebody who had a paraphilic interest in children or a child, went prowling around, found somebody, did their thing, and thought of the child like a cigarette box that you throw away when you're done with the cigarettes. I mean, it seems to be as simple as that, right? In the eyes of such a person, it's the child that's the zero.
Yeah, and there's also evidence of him assaulting not prepubescent children, but teens when he was an adult. And even his partner, I think he's 31, but his former fiance was 10 years younger, 10 11 years younger. So there is some pattern.
Well, the survivors of people like that have a lot of mental illnesses. There's a lot of mental illness in victims of offenses. I know they're trying to say that this person had a history of it. But I'm sorry. It's a very hard story here. That story is so horrible and so perplexing that I might even consider including it in the new book I'm doing. Which
it's one of the worst. It's one of the worst I've heard.
Well, and I just thought you would be
Anna Salter, but you give me an idea. We're having Anna Salter on the show supposedly next week. I'm trying to nail the date down with Josh.
Yeah,
but that's a perfect case to discuss with her.
Yeah, the psychological aspects I just thought were fascinating, especially looking at the different, positionalities, what role, like the expert versus the state and their different perspectives. It seems like there are multiple layers of analysis. And I just, like I said, hearing 10, I thought, oh, that's pushing it,
What do you think are the chances the jury is going to have much sympathy?
I don't think they will. And I do know that people, assume that Texans are conservative, but I don't know. I don't really know how often
parts of Texas are conservative.
But here's
and this is up in Fort Worth area, I believe.
Here's the thing: to get a jury, you have to say that you're not against the death penalty.
That's true.
What I'm telling you is when they heard what he was doing to her, and he put them through hell too. Those jurors,
Yes.
they're pissed about
They're going to
that.
be traumatized, and they got to see the video that we didn't see. And so having those visuals in your mind and sleeping with that image and having it repeat, I 100% get that.
Well, years ago, without getting specific, years ago, one of my significant others, she was the forewoman on one of the most infamous cases in New York City history. And it was very interesting that by coincidence, I was a true crime expert and she had that experience.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't ever talk about what case it was, but it was a brutal one.
Mm-hmm.
And she was never okay from what she saw as the forewoman. Never. The details haunted her. She had nightmares. I think she had some flashbacks. That kind of thing. It's bad. It was really bad, and that didn't even involve a little kid. All I know is that story. I should probably look into it. First of all, I'm sure I had it already in my databases. Somehow it didn't.
It's terrible. But Dante,
I'd have to look at that one, and maybe we'll bring it up with Anna Salter.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you this: that you remember the Parkland shooting in 2017 with Nicholas Cruz?
February 14th.
Yeah.
What's that? February 14th.
February 14th,
Valentine's Day. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So this, when he was, it was the same thing. Like, he admitted to what he did. Blah blah blah. They put him. It was the sentencing phase and all this. And when they played the audio they were playing the audio of the shooting and the victims for the court.
Oh yeah.
Nicholas Cruz plugs his ears.
Yeah.
Sticks his head down. And I remember watching that and felt like steam was coming out of my ears, because I'm going, he needs to be duct taped. His hands need to be duct taped. He needs to sit up and he needs to listen to everything that is being played. I could not believe that they would allow him to do that. And then because he caused it all. It was all his fault. Nobody else did that. And he sat there and plugged his ears. I could not believe it. And then on top of that travesty, because everybody else in the court listened, one juror decided he didn't deserve death and he got off. Okay. Now, I'm telling you that if there's a death penalty and there's somebody that has murdered 17 people and injured 17 more, and you have the death penalty available under the law, that qualifies. I don't care who you are. Now,
I hear you. And I think that the jury's also going to be, I'm sorry, Josh, I didn't mean to talk about
it qualifies under the law.
Yeah.
That's what it's for.
And I think the jury, quite frankly, is going to be pissed at all the time the defense is wasting. I mean, they're just sitting there days and days and days and days and days listening to, these excuses. It's coming off in the wrong way. And I think it's actually going to hurt the defendant.
Well, I think he's done. I mean, I think that these are the kind of people that's why Texas has this law.
Well, hey, I want to thank you guys. One thing for your bingo card for next time, it seems like every time we're on, somebody comments about how many women there are instead of men. And I know that's kind of a true that crime thing. I don't know why, but maybe add that to your bingo
maybe
card.
You'll join the ranks. What kind of graduate student are you? I mean, I think you mentioned you're almost 50, so this is some kind of change in career?
Well, I suppose I'm in graduate school. My daughter is graduating from UT Austin this semester, and my kids are just at that age, and I'm divorced, that I thought, hey, why don't I go to school? I was supposed to do that 25 years ago,
Good for you.
but life got in the way.
What are you studying?
Human geography. So I'm very interested in social acceleration and how basically our lives have become fragmented, time, space compression, and then ways that we can attune that and reclaim some of that agency, situated agency within that.
Fascinating. Well, in the geography of human beings, I think I'm, what would I be? Some kind of bumble town somewhere. What do you think, Josh? You're the geoguesser. What town has my personality, do you think, in the United States?
Probably like Boise.
Oh, okay, that sounds about right. Boise. The geography of life. Yes, I'm Boise. And what about you, Josh? What are you? You should have said Mount Rushmore, by the way.
I'm probably like maybe Scranton, maybe Tampa.
Tampa. I could see that.
I miss Montana. I lived in Montana for 10 years. I certainly miss that.
One of the
Coming
most
back home to
beautiful
Texas was hard.
It's one of the most beautiful states I've ever seen in my life. I remember driving across Montana and seeing things that looked like postcards.
Oh, yes.
Rainbows, crystal blue water, amazing mountains. Like, you just can't believe it's real.
And the sun stays out until 10 o'clock at night in the summer. So I would hike from my door, up to Mount Helena after work and walk to work every day. It was a mile away, but hey, I could walk through the neighborhood and it was lovely.
Love a good walk.
Well, I'm going to let you guys go. I should be in bed by now.
All right. Well, thank you for calling. I appreciate
thanks, guys. Have a great night.
Take care. All right. So we have, very nice. We have a male on the line. Absalom.
Absalom. Okay, it's been a little while, but I think, but isn't that the first male to call?
No, Joey.
Joey. Of course, that's second, but that's of course, Joey. So, but okay. So, pleasure. Hello. How are you, Absalom?
Hey guys, how are you doing? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Did you get to see the TMZ thing on Guthrie? Apparently, people are giving me very good feedback on it. I don't remember what I said.
No, Dr. Gary and Mr. Diaz. I was in Dublin, Ireland, enjoying myself with me son and visiting my 105-year-old aunt.
So, that's amazing.
Yes, it was a great time there. And also, Dr. Gary, I wanted to personally thank you. I started writing my book.
Oh, fantastic. You're going to do it as a self-publish or something?
I'm sorry?
You're going to do like a self-publish on Amazon or something? Or do you have a publisher?
I don't know. I might get an agent and see what happens. Probably be thrown in the trash after someone reads the first draft.
There are some pretty great books that got thrown in the trash. I was just reading today that Carrie was thrown in the trash by Stephen King, and his wife Tabitha fished it out. And I love that book.
Yeah. That was a very dark time for Mr. King. Wasn't that at the time he was going through his substance abuse issues and stuff like that?
Yeah, he was drinking pretty hard. Yeah. He was. But
there was something, Dr. Gary, that and Mr. Diaz, that I wanted to go over that I just got completely chewed out regarding, and I wanted to kind of clarify a few things for the audience regarding what goes on in the American, I guess you could say, true crime trend that has popped up in podcasts and part of our culture right now. And people like Dr. Gary and Detective Madonna and the legendary John Lamb,
don't you love them?
They have had to see the most horrific acts and the most horrific human beings to ever walk this earth. And in order for Dr. Gary and people like that to stay at their A game and be human beings, they should not be criticized for the amount of levity or joking or actually being able to smile or laugh now and then. It doesn't mean that any of us are laughing or joking about the victims or the circumstances. However, if Dr. Gary was to focus only on the evil and the horrific things that he has witnessed and horrific people at all times, do you think that he would be such a nice, personable person that would want to be and be so approachable as well as effective for the greater good that he does for so many people? Do you think that the one-liners that Detective Madonna brings such joy to us by, or the things like the books that the legendary John Lamb writes that brings a smile at times, do you think that any of those people that do so many good things for victims of these horrific crimes, do you think that they'd be able to be as good at their jobs if they only focused on the evilness and the horrific things and the horrible things in the world? And the criticism, Dr. Gary, when I was in Europe, that everybody had for us here, how come we're not more sensitive, and how come we don't, how can you laugh when talking about certain things? We're not laughing at the victims or at the crime. We're trying, there's a process, I'm sorry, that human beings have to do in order to stay human when we're going through these things, so that we can stay at the top of our game. And it's something, Dr. Gary, that if you want to, if I would love to hear what you and Mr. Diaz have to say about those that criticize whenever it is that we joke around or share a laugh when we are discussing something that is a very serious topic. It's not that we're making light of the crime. It's something that we have to do because there's something very important also that's not taught in medical school, and that's bedside manner. A lot of times people that do not have a very high view of their doctor usually have doctors that do not treat them like they're a human being. They treat them like they're a number. They don't want them to ask questions. They want to hurry up, get rid of this patient, and move on to the next. That's not a good doctor.
No, it's the opposite.
A doctor
of
is
my entire philosophy. Yeah, right.
Well, a good doctor is a doctor that wants you to ask questions, wants to take a personal interest in you, and actually, like what you do, Dr. Gary, I absolutely feel, and I hope you feel this way about in your limited talking to me just through this medium, that I sincerely care, and I know you sincerely care about the outcome of your patients.
Oh, yes.
And about how they're doing.
That's true. That's why they never leave me. I've had my people for years and years and years.
And one of the worst, one of the most telling signs that you have one of the worst doctors is if they get frustrated if you ever ask the question, why? And it's just something, Dr. Gary, that really has frustrated me because I guess people just don't expect us to have any levity or be human beings at all when it comes to the to what it is that we do and what we've chosen to.
I think it's a defense mechanism that we all use, and it's very interesting that you're calling about this because just today, one of the people you named, and I won't say who, and I had a very long phone conversation about this phenomenon because the opening chapter of my new book, I'm in the process of, putting together, is all about being what I call a traveler in the darkness, right? Being a person that goes into the darkness for the sake of other people. It's a kind of sacrifice because it makes your own life a little miserable. So the idea is you do it because you're putting other people first. If you enjoy it, there's probably something about it that is titillating you inappropriately. It shouldn't be enjoyable, for example, for the crime scene photos. You know what I mean? But what I think is that ultimately it's a sacrifice. That there's a spirituality to it, and I think that all of us who do it have a little bit of this kind of kind of chronic, traumatized quality of becoming dissociated from it in the way like a surgeon has to be. Has to cut people up and not think about it, on a certain level, or they won't be able to do it. You just have to push through it. And I think all of us experience this sort of chronic exposure to other people's stress, and empathy fatigue, all of that. And I think sometimes we can use levity as a defense mechanism, a gallows humor. But I think if you do it, you understand it. If you don't, if you're an armchair person looking at it, you're hypersensitive and you get kind of, I mean, there's certainly a fine line between appropriateness and humor. But I think that humor has there is a role to it for it. Don't you think, Josh? Because you can't do that stuff all day long and not have to have a laugh as a human being. I mean, at the zaniness of some of the stuff people do. It's like it becomes a way of keeping it human.
Yeah, well,
brings you close to another person, and then
a lot of it's involuntary. It's not meant to be disrespectful.
No, depends how you do it.
Well, but I think he's talking about us, like people like you.
Yeah.
Like Chris tells a joke that I think has rubbed some people the wrong way, and I completely understand the joke because I find it sort of funny, but it was, what is Jeffrey Dahmer's favorite kind of pizza? Dahmer knows, or something like that. And I think that if you were to spend time with people like, people that work in morgues, homicide detectives, people like that, they all have a sort of twisted sense of humor, but not in a bad way. It's a coping way. I mean, you have to sort of be lighthearted about situations, or you'll go nuts. I mean, I know that my humor for a long time growing up and was sort of a way for me to kind of blend in and be accepted. Was I was funny.
Yeah, it's a defense for a lot of people.
I think, yeah, absolutely. It's sort of a cloak, and so I mean, I understand, like case in point earlier when Janet called and she told us about her friend who passed away, from the parachute incident. Now we were laughing at the irony of the situation because of our discussion, but we weren't laughing that her friend had passed away from a tragic accident. Like, that's actually not very right, but that's there's a big difference there. Now, the shock and awe of her telling us was what sort of made it lighthearted. But what happened was a terrible thing. So I think that people look. I get criticized a lot for having that kind of a sense of humor sometimes, and it's really my way of just comprehending, coping. I'll tell you, I was just thinking about this the other day. I had a friend who passed away back in 2009. He fell off a boat. He was a fisherman. He fell off a boat.
Oh, you've talked about him before, yeah.
Yeah, Dave, he was a dear friend. I mean, I loved him immensely. Spent a lot of time with him. Knew him my whole life. And he died, and so when we were all standing around talking, and I was with his nephew and his son, and they said, somebody asked, they said, how are you guys doing? Because we were the closest ones to him besides his wife. And he said, I remember somebody said, it comes in waves. And I looked at him and I said, really? He fell off a friggin' boat. And we all started laughing. And it was a poor choice of words, but it was funny at the time. It comes in waves.
Would he have found it funny? Was it his humor?
God, he would have died laughing.
So it's a way of celebrating him too.
Yeah, because that was just our humor, but it wasn't said on purpose, but then we all laughed about it. And then after that, it became a joke. And it's actually something that even today, if we were to say, hey, it comes in waves, we start laughing about it. But, I think that people get very uptight about things that they don't need to be uptight about, or criticize people about things that they don't need to criticize people. That being said, there's a time and a place for everything. And, like earlier we were talking about the Athena, there's nothing funny about that situation. There's nothing lighthearted about it. So there would be nothing to laugh at. The only thing, you think is just, shock and awe. But, so I get the question. I understand it. I know that people take offense to a lot of things. I've been like, Gary, when you were reading the poem, I started laughing. People go, "What's so funny?" I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. I still think it's funny that you found it funny. I don't. You have to understand. I don't take myself very seriously. So to me, there was nothing wrong with it.
I know that, but
right. Anyone who knows me knows. I mean, I come across as very serious, but the truth is, I'm a total goofball. I love nothing more than to laugh and be ridiculous. Like
you have a great sense of humor,
right? And it's very like my dryness is funny. You know what I mean? Like I can try to be serious and make people die laughing. I have a friend, a cousin, excuse me, who has a wife who finds the word choices so funny that I could be reading in church and she'll die laughing. She finds it funny that I use certain words that are too serious. You ever find words funny? Like just because like the person uses like before when I said festooned.
I think waggle is a funny word.
Which one?
Waggle.
No, but I mean I just think that sometimes there's a more musical way to say something.
There was a code word when we used to want to break the seriousness of something years ago that might bring a laugh to you guys, and we would just say the word "Buttafuoco," and that would just bring a smile to everybody.
By the way, Gary,
see,
you kind of look like Billy Buttafuoco. No.
Who does?
You a little bit.
Me?
Buttafuoco? Me? No.
I look like. Well, no.
Actually, Dr. Gary, I was going to tell you, this might be before your time, but you rocking the beard, man. You look, to me, this is probably way before you and Josh's time. Mario Lanza. Mario Lanza.
The opera singer? Well, I like Mario Lanza.
Yeah, man, you look to me, you remind me of Mario Lanza.
So, I don't know who that is.
He was an actor and opera singer, tenor, a great tenor.
That's why I don't know who he is.
But and he died too young, like a massive heart attack.
Very young.
But I don't think I look like him. I've gotten a lot of really weird people. I've been told that I look like Armand DeSante, which is ridiculous. I've been told that I remind people of Mark Ruffalo, which I think is ridiculous.
Somebody sent me that the other day on Facebook. They sent me a message. They, don't you think Dr. Gary looks like this? And I think it might have been Mark.
Yeah, I get that one. I look nothing like him.
Dr. Gary wishes.
Yeah, I've got. What'd you say, Josh?
I said Dr. Gary wishes.
No, I have no problem with the. I like looking like Dr. Brucato. I'm happy with myself. I like me. Thank you very much. But
you guys look different. You're both good looking.
That's good. Thank you. I like that, John. But I thank you. But I think that I also get who's the other one? There is another. Oh, I had one time. I'll never forget it. I dealt with an unwell person, out in the world, who thought that I was Robert Mitchum, the actor Robert Mitchum, which is funny because my grandfather looked just like him. And I remember I said to the person, I can't be Robert Mitchum. Robert Mitchum is dead. And then they paused. They took a pen and a pad and said, could I have your autograph? And I said, but Robert Mitchum is dead.
Yeah.
And they said, he can't be. I'm looking at him. That was the logic. So I guess I was Robert Mitchum. But you know, it's, see, now I think that's funny. That's my kind of. I think that's hysterical. But I get really weird. I get really weird people that I look. Josh, people, and all you hate when I do this. The who do you look like game. Who can play?
No,
but I do get that a lot. But I'm not offended by any of those people. At least you didn't say, you know, Rondo Hatton or Peter Lorre or something. So that's okay.
And now you've probably incited the chat, and here it comes.
Now, before I go, Dr. Gary, last time we spoke, you said that the most annoying people were the kind that had to say, well, how are you doing? How's everything going?
Oh, when you go to a small town.
Dr. Gary, you would.
What?
I don't think, Dr. Gary, you'd last too long without going insane if you were to go to County Cork in Ireland right now, because 30 minutes.
I love Ireland. No, that's not true.
30 minutes.
Ireland I can handle. It's small town USA where the person is too personally acquainted with the person that's online in front of you. I can't handle it. I just can't handle it. I had an experience once where I was online in a post office in some other state, and the woman that was in front of me kept saying, "Do you have the stamps with balloons?" And the guy would say, "I'm sorry, Loretta," whatever her name was, "we haven't had stamps with balloons in a long time, but look at these beautiful flags." "I don't like the flags. Do you have any with fireworks?" We haven't had any stamps with fireworks, but we got beautiful ones with Betty White or something like that. And it went on and on. And then she took the freaking stamp and put it on a Con Edison, you know, like an electricity bill. Who cares about the stamp? And why did this guy behind the counter have this conversation with her? I felt like saying, "Lady, would you please, for God's sake, take a freaking stamp, anything, stick it on the envelope and take a hike." And it went on and on and on. I mean, I'm talking seriously 15 minutes, 10, 15 minutes. And I mean, if I could have, I would have made a stamp for her in that time and just given it to her. So, you know, you get that kind of thing. And I can't deal with it. I have no patience for it. I'm a New Yorker. We're like in and out. You know what I mean? I'm like, I take a pack of gum and I go, "How much? Here's the dollar." Josh, when you come to New York, you're going to see what I mean. The pace is like addictive and fast. And that slow thing, I just can't take. "We're real sorry, but the store has to be closed." Why? "The whole store is infected with something. We're all ill. Store's got to be closed down. When can I come back and buy my food?" "Tuesday." "Tuesday? It's the only store in the whole freaking town." Tuesday? You know what I'm saying? It's like, I can't deal with that. Did I tell you about the time that the snapper turtle was crossing the road in Florida? Yeah, they closed the road.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Closed the road. I was on my way to work. I was ready to get out of the car with my two hands and take the snapper turtle and move it across the road. And
I could not imagine you moving a snapping turtle.
I would do it.
Oh my God.
I like turtles.
Yeah, but that thing would have you for lunch.
Absolutely, but I'd have to move it. I mean, he's left because he knows.
Dr. Gary, Mr. Diaz, it was great talking to you guys, and keep up all the good work. And my prayers and thoughts are always with you guys to keep fighting the good fight.
Well, listen, don't let anybody take your humor.
Well, you know, it can be frustrating at times, Dr. Gary, when, you know, you're trying to still, I mean, I've got a family that, you know, knows me as being dad, not being doctor, if that makes sense. Yeah, you know, you got to separate the two when you get home from what you do.
Well, what you're talking about is the notion
sometimes
of compartmentalizing.
You can do it.
Yeah.
Compartmentalizing is exactly right. But anyway, guys. And one good thing that I will leave you with, Dr. Gary. Remember, Here's maybe a line of poetry you might like.
Oh,
On the other side of every dark cloud is a brilliant sunlight.
that's true.
Always
true.
keep that in mind.
That was almost like
You guys
poetry.
take care. Have a good night.
All right.
So, Josh, before we finish, is there anybody else on the line?
We have one more, yeah.
Okay, and then I thought, I don't know if you want to look a little bit at the TMZ, because to tell you the truth, it's making the rounds.
I don't even know if I'm allowed to play it, to be honest.
Oh, okay, because I don't even, I got to be honest with you, I don't even remember. I mean, I want to see if it was like taken out of context, that the whole thing. Let's see. Dr. Gary, are you familiar with the Al Kite murder? Can you ever? Oh, happy birthday, WN. What does a WN mean? Oh, she's talking about somebody else in the audience whose birthday it is?
I believe so, but I don't know who.
Well, I think you noticed that the person's name is 8933 in it. I wonder if we have the same birthday, because my birthday is March 3rd. I wonder if that's what it means, like the 8, maybe they're like March 3rd, 1989.
You know about the
not off the top of my head. I mean, it's somehow I'd have to look it up, but let me see.
Let's see here.
Oh, wait a minute. Al Kite is the victim. They're talking about the one that was tortured to death in Colorado, right?
I think so. Excuse me.
Yeah, I think I have something about that in my listings here, but that's like a cold case.
I believe so.
I think that's who they're talking about.
Let's see. Please, I beg of you. I need an hour thoughts on the latest episode on Rex and his wife. So much to unpack.
I don't talk about the I'll talk about Rex. I'm not interested in
details.
Anyone around him. I'll just talk about him. But well,
I didn't watch.
Let me just look. Yeah, I have it in my records here. In my data, but I don't have a lot of info on it. It's basically a case where somebody was like bound, beaten, and tortured in his home, and it's unsolved. I think that's the case where with the Robert Cooper being the suspect. I think that's that case, but I think we should probably do a deeper dive into it if we were going to look at it, because it's like one of those cases where it would be fun and interesting to sort of brainstorm about who did it. But I don't want to answer that in a kind of perfunctory way. But it's an interesting question. So why don't we say I'll look into it, and next time we'll discuss it.
Let's see. Wow.
Those questions, like, you put a profile together of the person who did it. I mean, there's certainly torture elements that are going to suggest a certain type of offender, right? So
I would think so.
I mean, a certain type of person high on my scale, and Michael's scale. So, all right, go ahead.
Let's see. Wow, thank you. I'm learning a lot, and it's healing. Love your shows, Josh. Thank you, Dr. B, and thank you as well. I appreciate that. Let's see here. Gary, it's 10:20. It's later than that now in New York. You must be a true night owl. Curious about what time.
Wait, who? Oh, Gary.
Yeah. Curious about what time you start seeing patients
at
AM. Thank you for your great work. You're both rock stars. I think that Dr. Gary he's up at all times of he sleeps. I think you're kind of like me where you kind of sleep in pockets.
I don't need a lot. I mean, I never was a person that needed a great deal of sleep.
That's interesting. Mary, thank you for gifting 5 lab memberships. Let's go ahead and take our last call here. Space Cat. That's the name.
Good evening, gentlemen.
I think you've called before, right?
I have not.
Why have I heard Space Cat? Oh, have you been in the chat?
And not. I don't think so.
I've heard that somewhere.
Not often. There was a few weeks ago when you had this person, or part of her screen name is B, and she actually flipped my logic on the case. I'm somebody who really kind of became obsessed on this case, so I know a lot about the
what case?
The Guthrie case.
Okay, sure.
And
you see the TMZ today that I did?
No, I have not seen that one yet. But I do follow the TMZ stuff, so I'll definitely be watching it. But this case has really perturbed me as it's looking in hindsight. Now, going through the beginning of the abduction kidnapping, because I believe, and let's just assume some things here, okay? Because we can't prove anything 100%. We don't have all the information. But from what uh, Savannah was saying and the FBI was indicating, and when you get down to looking into the details, a lot of people are confused about these ransom notes and when they were delivered. But the first one was delivered within about 14 hours of her removal from the house. And there was information in there. Believe me, I've looked at all the minutia with all the commentary, and there are things in that note that go beyond just what was seen outside, the typical things that the public, knows. I absolutely believe 100% there was some inside information given that's never been spoken to the public. And the FBI has indicated this. This is my understanding. So whether people agree with it or not, I'm absolutely convinced of that. And this is where I was confused before. I didn't think the ransom notes were real because of the TMZ notes that came in later. All right. And just that publication, stage setting, making it a national, international case with the way TMZ sort of like the National Enquirer of Hollywood or something.
That should make you feel good, Dr. Gary.
Yeah, it sort of made me discount, the whether the ransom notes were real or not. But then your B person that called in, that's just part of her screen name, though. She flipped it over, and I realized that my logic was not right. And I looked into the ransom note thing because I didn't think the ransom notes were real for more than a month. So it just shows, even as much as I followed this case, I had a totally different opinion. But now I'm convinced all that was real. So this is where then it really kind of disturbed me, because when you look at Savannah's background, she's a crime story reporter. I mean, that's sort of her roots. I know she did the local news, but also there's a period in her life where she actually did crime reporting, sort of like Nancy Grace or, other, the Ashley Bamfield.
So they know each other, I think.
Yeah.
Sport TV or something. Yeah.
They were partners and did reporting. Exactly. So she has this background, and then she's a very highly, first in her class, a law school attorney background. And, she's had to deal with a lot of strange, I'm sure, stalkers and characters, just within her own life, accomplishments that would go back into. In other words, this is something that wouldn't be a strange thing for her to come across, people that are going to be considering, just, stalking or following you, over obsessed with the personality type or whatever. So I sort of go with the theory that because she did that local production involving her mother, which was filmed in Tucson in the summer, and then they actually aired it in November. And this, went to her whole history, or, life's history, and had her mother on the show. And we know that's happened many times on the Today Show with her mother. So I just sort of connect the idea that somebody local saw this either when they did the production locally, because there was even advertising with the local Mexican restaurant that they were at, that they were going to be there, and then saw the show. That's sort of where I get this connection, maybe where the person got the idea to kidnap the mother through seeing that about Savannah, and then connecting the money, as well, because there is this local aspect to the crime, because the original 2 ransom notes went to the local news station, right? They didn't escalate to, and that was kept quiet. The local stations never publicized what was going on, and I guess the person that, this is where it gets kind of creepier or weirder with the ransom person, because I think they wanted this to get published out into the into the media scene when they escalated to TMZ a couple of days later. But here's my whole okay, so I'm just trying to give the background of Savannah having all this expertise and dealing with kind of crazy people, and knowing that her brother told her right away that he considered it a kidnapping, and they did get this note that the FBI and them certainly informed them, and she said this on camera, that this was real. The ransom notes were real as much as they could, determine it connected to this crime. So this is where I just don't understand, because she has a high valuation as a person. Her income is going to continue to be high. So they had millions available. Even NBC would have helped them in an emergency, just if they needed the cash available or something. But knowing their mother's condition, all right, which got out immediately with Nanos that night when he came on scene, was already telling the public that, she could die in 24 hours without her medication. So you're really in an emergency situation for an 84-year-old that they know there's some blood spatter at the doorway there, exit, and she has this heart condition, and she's probably alive when she leaves because the pacemaker's working and there's not that much blood coming out. So, she's probably alive at that point. So I just can't get over the fact, why delay any amount of time? And if you had the 4 million or you had 100,000, whatever, put something in that crypto account immediately. Don't even wait for the deadline, because hold up. This is the logic flow chart that I'm operating off of. This is the thing that they should have worked through, and I'm upset with the FBI too about this, and in the way this whole situation, because they want to catch the guy, right? Whoever's done this, they want them, to be caught. So there's not this urgency to try to, get the money to the criminal so they can maybe get away with the crime, kind of thing. But on the other hand, the trade-off is your mother could die at any time, and she is under serious threat from the moment she's being left there. And what my ultimate conclusion about this line of thinking that really disturbs me in the end is that no matter whether they had proof of life at any time during the kidnapping, they never had any control whether Nancy would be returned alive or not, even if they sent her something, proof of life, which they could have faked, by the way. They could have gotten some questions answered from Nancy, forced her to answer something, whatever. I think, if there was that much intense planning, that they could give something that only that Nancy could answer back to them, maybe to indicate that she could be alive even if she wasn't. But it didn't play out that way. But no matter what, the point is, whether they gave her proof of life at any point in time, it didn't matter, because ultimately the kidnapper would decide whether she'd be returned dead or alive in the end. So, the money transference doesn't really matter in that sense. You're still having to rely on the kidnapper to keep her alive or return her alive, that this isn't some vengeance or revenge thing or something. So the pathway to me on this whole thing was to make it the easiest possible, cooperative reach out to the kidnapper, if you're really wanting your mother back alive, is to at least put some sizable thing in that crypto account, 100,000 or more, whatever. They were willing to pay $1 million, ultimately, just for the return of her remains. So this is just confuses the hell out of me, knowing the whole situation, how it can play out, how it plays out ultimately. So why didn't you put the money in there ahead of time? And this is the other thing that bothers me or disturbs me about this, is on all these crime channels with YouTube. And I've gotten into this case big time. So I've listened to all, Interview Room, the lab, and all these other places. So And all these detectives and retired people, they're very smug. I'll just say that, they were always hoping that somebody would pay the crypto or something, or they were always saying if the crypto was paid, they would catch these kidnappers, because the Bitcoin is 100% traceable. And there's a high percentage of your detective friends out there that think that ultimately the kidnappers would be caught that way. So this is, again, very cognitive dissonance.
I don't think that.
Yeah. Okay. That's good that you don't think that, because I think with the Bitcoin and the sophistication of being able to pass that through many wallets, and the fact that there is fraud that can still be committed with these accounts. In other words, you could just have a fraudulent identity where the Bitcoin traces back. But anyway, that's besides the point. There are a tremendous amount of people in the police and the FBI that have put out there that they would get eventually caught, or it would trace the Bitcoin back.
But if you'd like me to be honest with you, I think that it is possible that you've fallen for a red herring. My sense is that this is much simpler. One of two things likely happened here. No matter how you slice it, somebody knew her in some way, in a passing way or in an intimate way. And I think it was more than one person with different intelligences and psychologies, one more of a mastermind and one the dope on the camera, if not more than one that was at the house. And the two scenarios I can envision are an abduction for money that went south and you try to get the money anyway, or a homicide to get somebody out of the way for some reason, financial or personal, emotional, whatever, that is staged to look like an abduction. And if it is that, it isn't even necessary to conclude that she died in that house. Or she could easily have been killed elsewhere, and the blood staged and the door open to give the impression that she died in that house, or was taken out of that house from an intruder to take attention away from whoever it is. And that is totally consistent with the fact that there's been no movement on the money because it's of no actual practical importance. The reality is that wasn't the point. If the point is money, you would put somebody up for ransom in 24 to 48 hours with proof of life, treat the person like precious cargo, not have them bleeding, not have them with a non-functional pacemaker, not have them without their medicine. You would have taken them out of the house like they were a gem worth millions of dollars, rapidly put them up for ransom, given proof of life, gotten the money, and gotten out of Dodge. That is not what happened here, because it wasn't an abduction. That's the point. It wasn't an abduction. It's like Sherlock Holmes used to say, when you've eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. If it doesn't look like an abduction, it wasn't. Take that off the table, then what are you left with? Something that's made to look like one, and in a half-assed way. Because if you're going to commit an abduction, you would do it differently. If you were going to commit, and if you were going to eliminate a person who you had no feeling for, just for financial reasons, you would do it very quickly and expeditiously. If you were really trying to give the impression of an outsider and you were intelligent, you would do something like, oh, I don't know, make the house a mess, fake sexual assault, rob something. You wouldn't leave the house like it was left. To our knowledge, everything points to some unsophisticated person who thinks he's a genius, trying to give the impression of somebody having been taken when in fact they were eliminated. That is at least my opinion. The other possibility is they did think that they were going to abduct her for money, but even that I'm not so sure was legit. I still think there's something behind it that's more complicated. Because if you think about it, as I said on Team Z, it's coming back to me. If you were just looking to make some money, why would you take an octogenarian who doesn't necessarily have their own independent wealth, where the money is dependent upon their daughter giving the money? Why wouldn't you just find some young person who's more likely to survive an abduction that you could put up, right? You understand what I'm saying, Josh? Well, an 84-year-old that could possibly not even make it out of the house alive if they're worth a fortune to you.
Also, what I think is that if you, I don't believe that there was ever any intention of giving her back, dead or alive.
No, I don't think so either.
And
There would be proof of life.
I don't. Proof of life would have been of the utmost importance in this situation. There was never any proof of life,
and you would have at least attempted to fake it if you wanted the money.
Why would you pay? I mean, you just sight unseen just because she's rich? Is that what you think, Space Cat? I'm
Who's
asking.
the rich person?
No. I've definitely considered all the things that you're discussing there.
Of course, you sound like a bright guy. I'm sure you've thought about it.
So my counterpoint to that is that obviously I think that on some level this is where I say there's cognitive dissonance about the whole thing, because
I think you're right about that part.
There's something ego driven or taunting driven. It's because there's this media driven aspect. So there could be this connection, like I said, back to Savannah and the big media event with the local news in Tucson that connected this person up to committing this crime. They were already predisposed to something, but that's how they locked on Savannah and the mother, because it's a crime of opportunity where they live in that area. Everything about that crime suggests that, because the way they plotted the ransom. But I don't think this ransom note is impromptu or anything at all like that, because that came within 14 hours of the removal of Savannah from the house. Nancy from the house. So, and this note, of course, if you believe TMZ, Harvey guy, was a very, intelligently written, multi-layered, whatever. There's, a sophisticated ransom note. So it didn't sound wacky or too wacky, but right. Yeah, there is this conflict. This person wanted, by making this a national, international attention media event, he brought down the attention of Trump, the Kash Patel at the head of the FBI, all these people involved. So this is somebody that's kind of very superiority complex, or very ego driven in some level, like I'm better than you. I can get this escalated into the media this way. And so yeah, that's very confusing to me. But
I think that you're right that there's some ego involved, absolutely, but I think that's more in the mastermind than in the idiot that.
Well, I also think that there's some serious luck that's been involved too, by them not getting caught. I think it's a bit of both. I mean, look, the reason you take somebody out of their home is that people who disappear aren't good witnesses. The mafia has been doing it for years, and I think that if you think that the FBI was going to say, yeah, you should just pay the money sight unseen, well, that's not how ransoms work either.
But see, here's just, yeah, and I'm looking at this at hindsight, but as I look at it hindsight, like my logic, what I was trying to say at the beginning there is that ultimately you have no control whether they're going to give you back your mother alive or not. Okay, that they have total control. So, and because of the emergency situation with their medical condition, if it was me and I had the money, oh, absolutely, I would have put down at least 100,000. I'd probably put down the 4 million, because the police, all these other people are saying we're going to catch them if they take the crypto. So give them something in the crypto to take.
I think something was put in there.
You can't put $300 in there. That's outrageous.
They did put something in it.
It's outrageous. They put $300 or so. What they should have done, they were willing to pay $1 million. They're still willing to pay $1 million for the body right now. Okay. So at least what should have been done immediately, in my opinion, like that, not wait till Thursday, the first deadline, but on Tuesday or Wednesday, get 100,000 or something in the account so that the kidnapper knows you're for real. And if it's a big enough amount of money, okay, then they might cash it too. But at least that gives the police FBI, whatever, more leads to track down, because they can't do anything on the crypto until the money was taken from the wallet.
But
That was
the
all on
problem
standby.
the problem is that it wasn't a real ransom request. Meaning,
that's what I think.
If they're saying, yeah, we want there is a quid pro quo in this situation. Wouldn't you agree? Of a ransom. Okay. One party has something that you want back. Okay. What is their obligation to the people that are paying the money? What is their obligation? It's proof of life. They gave them nothing. They told them nothing. They showed them nothing. How are they? Why would you pay anybody?
Okay.
Anything?
That's a sort of a hindsight situation. What I'm trying to say is that this is an emergent.
It's not, though. It's not a hindsight, because their obligation is to hold up their end of the deal. There is no deal, no trust, no deal. Somebody's gone and you're saying, give me money, I'll give them back. Okay, yeah, we'll do that, but you got to show us this person's alive first. That's how ransoms work. This is not a ransom.
Well, that's somebody trying to force how a ransom works. This is where I think the person that did this ransom kidnapping is a little more shrewd and cold hearted and hard line than what you're sort of thinking, that you can negotiate with somebody like this. This isn't the way the ransom note has been portrayed out in the media. The ransom note was told to the Guthries that you're not getting any more communications with us. So it was surprising that they answered Cameron on Friday with his message that he did on Thursday night, when they didn't pay anything and were asking them for them to communicate. I mean, you have to be extremely gullible if you're a shrewd, hardcore criminal trying to get away with the crime, to think that you've already told the family that you're not communicating with them anymore. There'll be no communication. This is the schedule of payment. And if you don't do that, it's like, or else. All right. So they were sticking to what they had already informed the family would play out. All right. Then the family, but hold up. Then the family comes back with Cameron on Thursday night saying, we will pay, but you need to communicate with us. But see, this is where I'm just saying, a criminal like that is not going to communicate. They've already told the family they're not communicating.
But they did communicate. They got back to them.
That's true.
Still with no proof of life. So they're full of shit there too. So their first ransom demand, you're not going to hear from us. Then they hear nothing from them, because that's what they said. You're not going to hear anything from us. So there's no money that's given. Then they go, okay, maybe we do need to reach back out to him. So then they reach back out to him again. Once again, second time, no proof of life. What are we doing here?
Yes, that's the only time that they did, kind of break their rules, whatever, because they did answer Cameron that way. And we don't know exactly what was said in there, except that there was the implication or the idea that if the Monday was the last deadline for the 6 million, so in just a couple of more days, they had to then to pay. But the family then came back I guess it was after Monday, they were all dressed in black, and that's when they were basically sending symbolically the idea that they accepted the fact that now their mother's probably dead.
But you would negotiate with somebody that's not negotiating the way that it's supposed to happen?
Well, just to finish my point there is, at that point, they were still willing to pay $1 million to get her body back. So again, see, whether she's dead or alive, they were willing to pay $1 million. So I just say, if you wanted to have if you want to cooperate and try to do the best you can to get your mother back, I would just, pay the $1 million up front and you roll the dice. Because it's still going to be, if she's dead or alive, then it's still going to be up to the kidnapper to return Nancy somehow. And that's not going to happen. That's going to be totally up to the kidnapper. You can still get shafted. All right. There isn't, you see, you have to realize what a helpless situation you really are in. Okay. And I just think the FBI, they put all this pressure on them to try to catch them, or we're going to get them through the Bitcoin, or I don't know what. But to me, looking back in hindsight, knowing her medical situation and everything, I would have paid the money. I would have paid the million or whatever it is right away. And I think that I honestly think Savannah, looking back on this with her legal and crime back, all this stuff, I bet she could end up regretting not having taken that, but because the family received this pressure to follow this typical protocol, which the FBI never had any control over what would happen to
But guess
Nancy,
what? But guess
catching
what
them or
happened?
anything.
Guess what would happen if you put that money in there? You would never hear from them ever again.
Well, no, that's not true.
No, it's true.
No, according to the FBI, we got tons of detectives out here
that would never
saying that they're going to catch them.
They were not operating on good faith.
That's an assumption you're making. They put the money in the account.
No, sir, it's not an assumption that I'm making. It's an assumption that that's not how ransoms work. It's not how ransoms work. What would have happened is they would have got money in there, because then you hear, oh, we'll take half a Bitcoin. We'll take payments. They wanted any kind of money in there to get in, get out. Nancy was never coming back. They were never going to give her body back. Can you imagine the risk that those people would put themselves through giving a body back? Are you kidding? You really think that they would give a body back? Not a chance.
They're not going to give a body. They're not going to give a body back, obviously, in a direct way. That's for sure. All I'm trying to say is that they valued her life, dead or alive.
You mean the family values her life, dead or alive?
Yeah.
Well, that's true, but it's cruel to tease that you're gonna,
I just think that they didn't think that these people that they were dealing with were playing by the rules that they even had set, because like I said, they said, we're not going to talk to you. Then they talk to them. Then they say
rules are there among such people.
That's what I'm saying. But I just don't think I don't think she was ever coming back, dead or alive. Now, that's an assumption on my part, but I would think that that's probably, I'm telling you, you put $1 million or 100,000 or something in that, and you think that, somebody's going to pull it and then you can trace it. Now, I understand the blockchain situation, all that kind of stuff. I get it all. I understand that it is sort of traceable, but it's not that traceable. They dinged it with $300, but I think you put $1 million in there. That $1 million is not coming back. It's going to sit there for eternity until somebody cashes it. Okay. So at some point, somebody's going to have $1 million sitting in that Bitcoin. They can access it from anywhere in the world, anywhere. It doesn't matter. Wherever Bitcoin is accepted, they can Ukraine, Russia, Taiwan, it doesn't matter. They can access that money, that they'll be cashed out before anything. And that Bitcoin wallet is closed, and you would never hear from them again. In my opinion,
let me add a real important point here. Sure. That at least in this country, you're thinking a certain line of thinking, but let's say this has connections back to Mexico in some way and traditions there. In other countries, it is quite common to do kidnappings and then be paid and return the victim alive. So again, there is precedence.
And but what do all those have in common?
There is precedence, though, of people being kidnapped commonly and returned alive with the payment. So all I'm just saying, you don't know who you're dealing with here. You can't make a judgment on it. So there is the real possibility that you could be dealing with somebody. But again, it's a medical emergency situation with your mother at 84. You obviously cannot put her at risk for any length of time to be returned back alive with any kind of delay. That's my point. You're sort of in an emergency pressurized situation. So you need to do something proactively right away,
Well,
and I know I'm looking at this at hindsight, right? Okay.
Sure.
But just from my standpoint, I wouldn't have waited till the Thursday. That's several days that your mother could easily die right away. So you don't know who you're dealing with, but they have total control. And all I can say is there's a hell of a lot of detectives and FBI and people. And I mean, I could point you the references. It's way above 90% belief from the people I've heard. And believe me, I've listened to them all.
Yep.
They believe that the Bitcoin would be traced and eventually they would find out who probably did it. That's their belief, or that's what's being pushed out there in the media, at least. I don't believe that. I don't accept that. Okay.
Yeah.
I just want you to know that. I think that there are ways to, send the money through all kinds of wallets in foreign countries, and then it ends up, in a warehouse address or something somewhere. And yeah, they might have the name of whoever the person was with the account there, but they'll be long gone, or it's a fake identity, so
well, it's an interesting thought, and you're not the first person to float that theory. Why not just do it? And I think there are reasons why to not just do it, but and then I see why somebody would say, look, we have nothing to lose. But I think that when you say, there is a precedent, in other countries, but all of those, I mean, proof of life is pretty standard in these situations.
Well, let me just say something else about this too, because if you're let's say you paid $1 million. I mean, that's a logical amount, because that's what they're still willing to pay for the remains of her body. But if you put $1 million in there, that would be very tempting for the criminal, even if they had an accident and she did pass away, she died, or I mean, she could have just died of the stress of being removed that night, right? So there, so that's all possible. So even if the abductor or kidnapper was trying to do fairly good for her, not trying to harm her, it's possible she just in her situation could have just died anyway. So I mean, they're at fault, right? It's still murder, but maybe they weren't really going to try to torture or hurt her or whatever, that kind of thing.
Well, that's completely possible too.
Yeah.
And but you make great points, and I appreciate the call very much, Space Cat. I really do.
Yeah.
It's interesting to listen to, but I mean, let's just see what happens, but it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, well,
but I think that the TMZ interview might be interesting for you to watch.
Something breaks in this case.
Summarize my current thinking on it.
And if they put the $1 million in that crypto account and they took it, that would have given the police more leads, to track this down, give them a lot more chances. And the money is not at risk. If they don't take the $1 million, okay, they can get it backed out. I
don't think you can.
I think they can.
I don't think you can get Bitcoin back. That's the problem. I'm almost positive that you cannot take Bitcoin back.
Maybe that the once the money's in it. Well, anyway, it doesn't. I can't. I don't have the expertise for that. Somebody had said that. I'd heard that once the money was in the account, then it might make it visible, depending, I guess, how the account was set up or something. But they that still doesn't identify who takes it. You can just get the money back out. It would still keep the person that set the account up anonymous. You know what I'm saying?
What's the block? But that's how those blockchains work. Once the transaction's done, it can't be refunded, nor can it be reversed. Once it's that blockchain, that's the problem. You don't get it back.
Yeah, you could absolutely be right on that, and that's not worth debating that. I just, in my situation, looking at it hindsight, I'd be curious how Savannah would feel about this. I mean, you put up $1 million, you might lose it, but then you have a better chance of getting your mother's body back if they take the money. You see, it still gives you more leads, gets the police a chance to find out who did this. It's the possibility is going to escalate, a lot higher than it may be.
Just remember something.
Yeah.
In the category of people that are abducted, who are very rare in the United States and virtually never elderly, and the category of people that are killed outright. In both cases, virtually always, you know the person who did it to you. 92% of women who are killed know in some way the person who killed them, for example. Think about that. So what are you trying to say here? That this is going to fall into that tiny fragment of someone who's killed by a complete stranger who doesn't do so with a serial quality, who just does it for some limited reason and won't ever do it again? I don't think so. I think the person had some connection to her that was personal. And this whole charade has been created to throw everybody off. That's my sense of things, because the statistics are enormously against a stranger doing this with there's no robbery and no sexual assault.
But
it's illogical, and the person is not severely mentally ill. So there's
I have heard people, take that stance and that side, and I don't, I understand why people would feel that way. I don't think that it would have been conducive, but in hindsight, we're maybe that would have been the thing to do. Who knows? I mean, but it certainly didn't feel like that at the time.
Well, the simplest explanation, if you take that kind of use of a proxy to do something, if you take that off the table, then it was some financially driven thing by somebody who had some knowledge of her, where it all went south and she died, and they tried to get the money anyway.
All right, Space.
It's very possible, but it was a very interesting call, and please move on to TMZ, because it'll be interesting to see if you agree with any of it.
Yeah, well, I appreciate the call, and I really do, Space. Thank you.
Okay, you guys have a good evening.
And remember, it's the hallmark of intelligent people to be able to keep their minds open to.
I thought it was a great call.
I think that it was good that we were able to have this intelligent chat without telling the other one they're wrong.
No, it's a good.
I like that. No, I thought that was a good thing.
We need to. Okay, let me see here. Hey, friends. Hey, how are you doing?
Oh, I thought you were going to say we need to go get our Social Security checks, because to tell you the truth, I think we're about to. This is a long one, boy. What is this? 4 hours and change?
Yeah. We're about done here. Let's see.
Like Methuselah.
Josh had me laughing my balls off when he was relating the jumping off the back of the school bus drill. I don't know. I remember doing that. I remember. This is a very nice one from Ginger. Hey, Josh and Dr. Gary, I adore you both. I would like Dr. Gary's take on compassion fatigue for those of us in healthcare, not a treatment plan for clinical aspect, but maybe a resource. Thank you for all you do. And Dr. Gary, I'll let you close out on that one.
Well, that's a very hard question, because I suppose on one level, it's really a question about setting up appropriate boundaries and compartmentalizing your life in a way that allows you to prevent getting pulled in too much. But I think for me, I can only answer for myself. It's more about making a meaning out of it. For me, I make a kind of a spiritual meaning out of it. I think that doing this stuff is very hard and comes at a very high cost emotionally to all of us. But I do think that if you remind yourself that you're doing good in the world and you're helping people, you'll do it with a smile, you'll do it with a service-oriented attitude, and you won't see yourself as some kind of grandiose special person. You're just doing something that you feel kind of called to. And that's what gets me through it, and I think gets people through anything. I mean, Josh, you read Viktor Frankl's Man's Search for Meaning recently, right? I'm a very big believer that making meaning of things is essential for not becoming overwhelmed by them. I mean, simple example, since you read Frankl. When Frankl was in Auschwitz and he lost his wife.
Yep, didn't even know she was dead.
Right, had no idea that she was dead. He was having all kinds of little things that were felt to him like signs and so forth. And when they asked him years later how he was able to bear finding out that his wife died, he said that in his search for meaning, his logotherapy, right, he came to the conclusion that by her dying first, and him being the one who was suffering, he was sparing her the pain that she would feel if he died first. And in doing that, he was able to bear it. See, this attitude of making meaning can save you. And personally, it has been a lifesaver for me. I have come to believe that everything in life is about an attitude. Happiness, where everything is moonlight and canoes and everybody's, throwing streamers in the air and everything is wonderful, doesn't really exist. Not really. It doesn't last when it does. What really happens is that the same crap happens to the good people that happens to the bad people.
Yeah.
There's no meaning to it. There's no rhyme or reason. So you have to make an interpretation that basically you're going to pay attention to the positive aspects instead of the negative and not let it gobble you up. Heaven, if you think about it, the only difference between heaven and hell on earth, that is to say, the people that are sort of on their way to heaven and the way to hell, is that people in hell take the selfish approach to everything. And the person on their way to heaven says, in the midst of this pain, I love you and you love me and we have each other. Right? That's it. There's no difference. The two people that are experiencing hell together can make a little heaven and caring about each other through it. That's the only difference. And that's happiness. So, like the old Robert Louis Stevenson poem said, two men looked out through prison bars. One saw mud, the other stars. That's it. It's an attitude. Same jail cell. One looks up, one looks down. And I think as a consequence of that, I've come to believe that the answer is to keep your appropriate boundaries, understand that if your battery burns out, you won't be there for anybody, right? You won't be there for anybody. So you've got to keep appropriate boundaries. And even though you travel into the darkness, keep a light attitude. Remember that people aren't always going to like you or understand you if you dedicate your life to these things. And remember that, honest to God, you're changing lives every day. If you think about it during this show, if you lay out all the people that Josh and I talked to, right? We had people who told us that because of us, they decided to write a book. We had people who told us that they knew we cared about them, so they wanted to call us back and tell us the outcome of their case, and that they felt empowered, remembering all the things that we talked about. We had someone who called and talked about how it felt meaningful to them to kind of share out loud with all of us a painful story that they had been through with their son and their ex. And they found consolation in the discussion and the poetry that we talked about. We had somebody who told us that they were self-conscious, that people found how they talked funny. And then we made them understand that actually they have a very playful energy that people love. And then they felt better, I think. In other words, we talked about how toxic relationships can destroy people. In other words, this conversation was like a kind of a ministry. It helped people. People feel better as a result of it, right? And what I'm trying to say is there are a lot worse things you could be in this world than a person who has been gobbled up in loving people too much. I think that if that is the worst thing that happens to you in this world, you're pretty lucky. And I have never resented about the fact that I feel gobbled up in helping people, because I really think that that's going to be the harvest of my life. If equal affection cannot be, let the more loving one be me. And I think that meaning making, that ennobling of everything is what gets you through it. That's the honest answer. And I'm going to be talking about that in the first chapter of my new book that I'm doing, because it's right at the heart of all of it is, why would a person want to travel into the darkness? Why put yourself through it? Because somebody has to.
Well, it's funny that you say that, because I sometimes the answers that you seek are in the places that you don't want to go.
Exactly. The shadow.
You got to do it.
Right.
I've had to do it. I didn't want to.
All right. Remember that old show? Who knows what evil lurks in the heart of men? The shadow knows. Well, the shadow in the Jungian sense is what you mean. But Josh, the truth is, one day when we get to the end of our life, I think we'll find that so many of the worst things that ever happened served as preparations. They were dim preparations for things to come. And I worry about people who never have any struggles because they don't need anyone. They are never given lessons in life on how to love.
It's true.
There is nothing wrong with needing people. They're your species. And think of everything in life as trying a coat on. And when the coat fits, it's heaven. It's all preparation. Every relationship in heaven will be as intimate as the ones we have with the people we love here. This is just rehearsal. And I know that there are people in the audience who don't understand when we wax philosophic about these things, but that's how I do it. That's what it is for me. The answer is different for everybody else. I hope that this conversation has touched somebody in some way. If so, it was worth the fatigue and the staying up and the crazy hours and everything else. But you know, that's for everyone. That's for individuals. To decide if it's helped them. So, Josh, thank you for having me on. We're going to have an assaulter on next week.
Can't wait. I look forward to it. Dr. Gary.
Yeah,
you are a true Renaissance man, and your beard is fantastic.
Thank you. And as is yours, friend. Josh, would your life be any different if I wasn't in it?
I remember when you weren't in it. I mean, my life has changed for the better because you're in it. Yes, no question.
And it's mutual. Yeah. And there are some people. Oh, there's somebody who said in the audience, Dr. Gary, since I am at the end of my life, let me see what they said. Dr. Gary, since I am at the end of my life, I so needed to hear what you said at the end of the show about being gulping up, loving too much. Oh, Cindy, if that's how you spent your life, you're a lucky person, because when you meet your maker, he'll see some of himself in you. And that's a lovely position to be in. Beautiful position to be in.
And Dr. Gary and I
are imitation of Christ.
Dr. Gary and I are friends off the air.
Yeah.
Big time. Yeah.
I tell Josh things I wouldn't tell another soul, as you know, Josh. And vice versa.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. Somebody said we look like a shampoo commercial.
Yeah, very nice.
But seriously, Josh, that's mutual. I do think our lives have been changed a lot by meeting. And Chris, too. My life's been very changed.
No question.
There's no question in my mind that Chris comes into your life for spiritual reasons. He's like a meteor, they're just and you're never the same, and I'd love to be one of those people. I'd love to be one of those people that people say, I'm not the same since I met them, No
question about it.
Well, that's a good thing. All right. Take care. Bye, everyone. Page.
Music page. Yes. Put the music page in the chat.
By the New Evil. And I'm going to be on a show on May 7th, which I can't announce yet, but it's on a major network, and I think people will definitely want to watch it. And watch the TMZ thing. Josh, you got to watch it.
I'm going to watch it.
Remember what the heck I even said.
I'm actually going to go. I'm going to go on a little run here, and
I'm going to watch it when you go. Okay.
Yep. All right, guys.
All right. Take care, man.
Take care. Dr. Gary, with his infinite knowledge, and thank you so much for the time. It's awesome. You guys, thank you so much for being here, supporting the show. It means more than you guys know. And we'll see you on the next one. I think we hit all the bingo card stuff, so that was awesome. And let me see here. Yeah, I think that's it. Thank you so much for watching the lab. Another great call-in show. Thank you to all the callers. You guys were all fantastic. We never have any issues. I never have to hang up on anybody. I think I have. Let me see. Do I have? I'm trying to find out if I don't know. I used to have the call where I would have to cut people off, but I don't know where it is. I don't see it on here. I'll have to put it back on there, but let's just hope we don't have to use it. All right, guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.